Atanek kot tabra munat khubluta blupak qinaqaqilgitsunga iloqatatain na man kot itlotun angalalau taqублugit inarani nahabautaqikavut quyanarpak ataneq
Colleagues,
tabra kot mat kot Delaney tamat kot takpavani pulaqtot tautu tabra tauq 17th mi katimaqparaqmati hibunniorparaqmati tabrauna tamani aqappaqatauraaqa amaleeguvluni uqaqti tabra tauq tabra 1.8 bracket 1 tamna hibullaqalliangniaria hibunniuqutikraqpatuvlupak 1599 bracket 2 tabrap tauq wana uma Cam Lake min emeleguram tamna uqauti kanga ukuap tauq ilitsorep kallaquvlugit inuit qanoq tamatkuatinna ukot in August 16, 2023 mi tabra tamatkot aulaqtitat ting na itsumagalit kait pangmapak tai nalu tabra taptama emeleguram inuit tabra kinyawarani na kinyawaraqangitsuat inuit aulaqqaqqaming tabra tapkuati na multiplex mun piurarvik pangmun taptumani nakatimakhat kait kogaloarnik kangi tabra taptumani uvlumi tabra taqtait nahuli oqallautivligit ilihautivligit ilihimat quvligit nani na ikayortikramingnik paqinniartilaagrangit tabraptaq taapkuatin na ublakungormaung August 17 mi tabrata maangaulartinnerait akiillaarlugit takpavunga MLA tamna tabra taitna tabra na tingmirualuaritsiaq tungit kitka aglaan ilihimat quvlugit ukuat kavamauruat Northwest Territories ni munaqikkangittaitna quyanarpak uqaqti
Minister statements. Minister responsible for
igilulaqaruattaaquna minihitangat qallangnniartut igilulaqaruat tabra ukuat na ilagi yutivlugit matkuatin na katamaqatigiraaqluit inuit inugiakkirut tabralu taqtait na habaqatigiihuting tamatkuatin na kinyawarnik ikayutivluting tait na tamatkuat igilulaqaruat na iluatun angalatchiliichut tamatkuninga NWT tait na tamatkuatin na agalauraqrat tabra tamna na igilulaqarini tabra tait na tamatkuatin na pillautaqtat qanoqangalatchikaming uqaqti tabra tauquna una hibunmun aulapkakkaqput na kavamauruaguutupani tapkoi na iluamik tait na igilulaqaritit na inugiaktuanik illaqiraqavut tutqikkaarniarlugit tabraptaq tamatkuatin na ingmiktigun kavamaqaqtuat ilagivlugilu taitna tabratamna hivunniuqutigiuqlugu illiqiruagut taaptuminga tabraptauq igluleqirit qanoq tamatkuat ikaqqaarlugit manna Northwest Territories ni ikaqqaarlugu tamatkuat igluleqirini tangungitsuarlu kihulleqaakki taavni tamatkunani igluleqiruani ittuat munaqaniarniaqivut tabralu taitna tamatkuat kihimereeruting naagaluunniin November 2022 mi tamatkuatit na isagutikkavut tamatkunungni tamatkuaptauq ilageegutivlugit hivunniortingit inillaani katimaqatigivlugi tamatkualilihimaruat igiluleqiruatigun tabraptauq taitna ingmiktigun angalanneramik ilihautivlugitsinna inauramingni tabraukuat quyagiqpauraliitkitка matkuatinna ikayuligin manga qanoq angalatsiniaqama igiluleqiruatigun tabraptauq taitna tamatkuatitna ikayuqaniaqqimagitka tabrahuli tamatkuatitna maani iñuuniaqtuat ilauraqalequting taitna tamatkuninga hivunniuqutipkun hivunniuqutigikaptigu tamatna igiluleqiruatigun tabraptauq tamatkuatitna kavamauruaguutipagut tabrailuqatta taitna iñugiaktuatit havaktit tamaani inna igiluleqiruani tabra taitna ikayuaqarivut qanoq havangmata illuaquvlugu havaangitigun tabra 600,000 tun taitna Yellowknife 75% tun tabrani tamaani in Yellowknife atuligitsut uqaqti tabra igluleqirit ukkuat taitna ataramik nappayuaquting iglunik pingitkaluartilluting agilaan matkuat kavamauruat maani ikayuutivluta taitna 400 million tun 200 million tun tauqtavara taitna tunagilaan atoqniartugut tabra tamatkuatitna tangungitsuatingmiktigun angalatsiraqartuat naagaluuni kavamaqartuatingmiktigun tamatkuatitna atoqniaqaat tamanna qanutunagalaan tabra ukkuat kihiming taitna ukkuat kavamauruatitna angalatsiniangitsut tamattuminga tabraluptauq tamatkuatitna atoqqaarnagit tamatkuat tabra quyagiqpauraliitkitka tamatkuat havakpauraqtuat tabra tamatkunani igiluleqiruani quyanarpak quyanaqoqarti tabrauna maani kaqqaarlugu manna Northwest Territories nik tamatkuat utoqqanaaguruat tabra taapkuat ikayuqpauraqanialiitkivut tabrauna ikayuutigivlugu tamatkuatitna ikayuihuuruat anniartualeqirititna atautsikun ikayuqtarlugit tamatkuatitna tabraluptauq taamna tutqikiuqlugu illuaqqihuuqlugu taamna oqaqilarigaat naagaluunni tai naagalaktarlugu agalaanigitna tuyortarruting ilitsoqipkaaniaqutang tamatkuat hooguoq ilaanni nakooq piaarniarnivlugit tavallu taitna ilihimagivut tamatkuatinna qanoq angalatsiluat utoqqanaanik tavallu taitna utoqqanaaguluat matkuatinna ikajorniarlugit qanoq igiluleqiluatigu igilu nginnikke na ikajorniararivut tavallu taitna inna utoqqanaana uguhartuatinna ingmingjun pillautaquvlugit ukuat tauq tavalluqaannik taitna tamatkuat utoqqanaatinna apeqlarpata naagaluunni hulaqarpata pillugaalakpata ikajorluit taitna oqqaq tamatkuatinna ilitsoqipkaahimalugutinnun tamatkuat tavramunarihullugit inuuniarutingit naagaluunni qanoq hilami inna ittuallahivlugit naagaluunni qanoq tavra taamna utoqqanaaru niuraartuat matkuat tavra taitna ikajorniararivut tavra tamatkuat uktoraquvlugit nakuuruakkunitna tamatkuat atoqpatigit utoqqanaangoorniuraartuat inna taapkuat valrungni ukkiungni tavra tamatkuatinna ikayuutigigait tavallu tamatkuat utoqqanaaguluat ikajorpaaraarivut tavallu taitna utoqqanaaguluat qanoqinmagaita ilitsoqiniaqqimalugut qanoq inaurallaanginnun naagaluunniin iniñunginnun naniikkaluartillugit tavra ikajorniararivut tavra havaktugut huli taaptumuuna tavallu taaqtamatkuat utoqqanaanikin napiaarlartuat munarilariivut tavallu taitna qanutunagalaani na tavra ukkuat kavamaatqiug tikrat inna neruartaugumi tamatkuat nutaaguluat inna tamatkuat tavra munarillautaqquvlugit tamatkuat utoqqanaaguluat utoqqanaagorniartuat tavra tamatkuat munarillautaqquvlugit tuvuni inna isummatigit taapkuat hivunniortauartuat tavra taaqtamatkuatinna illuatun tamatkuat ilitsoqipkarniarlugit tamaani naakatimaqatitkai nalu taitna ilihimatquvlugit qanoq tamatkuat inna ukku ikayuutiksranginnik ikajorniartilaaqrangit tavra taaqtaitna ikajorpauraraqe tavra quyahuktunngaptaaquvlupakinna illuatun tamatkuat utoqqanaat angalarrutikap angalaningat angalarrutaatinna himmauheqtarlugu qanoq ingilaraatun pingaarlugu qianarpak oqarti maakauna oqallerniartoq ublupaku qaqiniarigat una qanoq
percent of all NWT residents evacuated from their communities. I understand how stressful these
heqmutseqpaurarmata tavra oqariniariga taamna Kanokka humilika hamma tapkot ikollek pararmata ulit pararmata kanorleka hamma tutqikarniarlugit tapkot kanokka tapkot heqmek parak heqmutsirot tapkot ikollagmata ulek parakmata nagalunin kanorleka tapkot inayakmata una isuaqniaq neq una habak paraqaluaqtut kanokka tapkot nut aulaqtitat tauqainuit kanok humulliqa manga ikollak paraqman kanokliqa kavamat makwa ikayak paraligit kay tapkot hinuit aulaqtitat kavamat makwa tabra kavamat tabra ikollak paraqtot aulaqtitat nabulliqa ikayak paraligit kay kanorliqa kavamat ingirluta kanorliqa humilliqa maningnik ikayok qufluta kanokka tamna pilluk pilluk pimmata kuat kanokka humilliqa habak paraqtot kanokka ikayoqlugit tapkot kanokka taptuminga tapkot ikollak paraqmata nagalunin ulek paraqmata ikayoq paraqlugit tapkot aimavichot nagalunin inarangit heqmit tat ukot qabak paraqaloqtot ukot ikayuiniarluting tapkot aulaqtitat qanorliqa ikayuiniarluting kavamat habaqtingit tapkot kavamat tabra ikayoq paraqluting taikoq paraq kuyanak paraq tapkot habak paraqmata kavamat kavamani habagurot kuyanak tabatsamino qalangniaqtoq kuyanak ublakut September 30th tamna tapkot inglaqan ilihaarniartuat tabra nakungit kaluaqtoq tamna itqaginaq aglan pilsukuraliginniqait qanoqqa Inuit tapkot tangungitsoot nutaqqat ilihaarniartuat tabra ilihaarniaqqaming tabra nakungit kaluartuaq kanok aklan tabra tamna itkagina kanok nudakat nudakat munaringin yarait isuartookun kanok tamna piigornaitsok tamna piigorna hiung tamna kanok Brennet Hall Aurora College tapkod iliharvit Fort Smith me. Tapkod igilokpait iliharvit nutakhat munera kaming kanok isuatun munaringin yaray tabra tamna igilo iglutsiarnaqqirut tapkot iliharvit hiamillugit kanok tamna tabragok tabra nutakhat nakurakun inyuraaganiartut kuyanak nunakput ukat kanok oblakut Truth and Reconciliation miktam got itkagilugit tapkot nutakhat iliharniartot ingilyaran kanok munaringin yarait isuatun tapkot nutakhat ingilyaran iliharniartot tabra qarineariga ukot tabra ukot iliharniartot nakungit kaluartut aglan uvlupak avluartut ukot tautungnaartutukkuat nutakhat tabra qanoqinyuniartuat qanorleqa tabra taikoorpaaraq tabra nunaptingniittunga inuit tabra qanorleqa inyurut qanorleqa anguniarlutingnaagalluuniin qalungniarluting tabra qanoqa inyurot tabra qanoqa ingilyaran tabra tapkot inyurot nutakhat qanoqa hivunmun tabra aulaqniartuut havagniartuut hivunmun nakuuruakun tapkot itkagilugit tapkot nutakhattainna
Also a reminder that here today we work for the better and brighter future. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish everyone in Nutput
nutakhatta itkaginartut tapkot hapiqraqpaurartuat qanoq ingilyaran iliharaniaq qaming ublapak tabra inuit itkaginartut tapkot ukot tabra hinuita tapkot ilandat ka tabra pichot taimaktot kanok tapkot iliharving mi pihukataktuagut tautsikun kuyanak parak kuyanak. They chomin kalang nektok. Ouch. Ublakot. Tapkot it kaginak to tapkot September 30th tamna kanaka ilihakanektot ingilakan tapkot it kaginakalaktut. Ukot dutakat ilihakanektot ingilakan kanok munaringin niya kay tapkot na kurokot. Kanok tam na ingilakan kakanaytsok kakanaytsok kautsibut ilihakanekapta. Kanok tam na kanoleka hamma tapkot nutakatpi nakurokan tingin niya right. Tapkot tak nutakat hamma taimak paraktot kanok ilihakanea kaming 94 dun hamma ukot kanok tam na itkaginet nutakat ilihakanektot ingilakan tam na September 30 mi Hair South got time nek to for hipanik hihamenik ugiuni tabra habak togut kadok habak parak togut tabra igilok pakpang miuna ubani. Kanok tam na hair mi tabra tapkot inauratok nakuro kun pingit kalakay taglan habak parak luting tapkot inuit kanok tutkit kakanak luit ay mabini kanok aglan ikayo nakirut kanok leka tap kuninga inyong nikan kanok tapkot habang matatabra kanok leka habang niyaktut kanok leka nakuro kun habang niyakluta kanok leka ikayo niyaklutap tak ukot HRHSSA tapkot ikayuirot Health and Social Services nagtayhugay tapkot kanoka ikayuihurotin yung ni kanokoleka. Kanoka tapkot habaktot kuyanak. Frame Lake min kalang niyaktok.
Education, culture, and
Ukot ingilakakanihat tutkoktat kulelang nilitit ka. Tabraptak tabrani habak takaktut. Habak takaktut di sa magilalitit ka. Tamat kuat muna kanya aklugit. Tutkoktat tabrani ingilakan ay pani pilioktat. Hanauraktat. Nagalunin kilayaktat. Tabertam na tamat ko at pinya ka na piaktut. Ulaka taberni tutkoktat. Taberni tutkokhe magay tamakavamat tamani kanok ay pani na kanok titakaniak tilakrangit nalup kinaktut na huinyalin yaktot nagalunin natamat ko at makpekat nagaluni huli maurat tabrani huinyalin yalagaktut. Tabraptak tamat ko na okakamingit na nunamiktiw okaktut tamat ko ding miktiw tawak kabamaligit tabrat 21 tun. Tabraptak tayo na tabratot ko kemarat tawak na hagwi payalat kay tap ko 1981 mima tutkoktot tayo na kanok Northwest Territories ni Mani. Tabratamat ko na tutkok kemarat na muna kalaw takalugit muna kay Europea kalugit. Na huinyalit tayo liluit piyakrak kalot. Tabraptak tayo na ilokata tayo na tabraw na ilitso nagupaya ako apekruta kanya at kaukot umunga ilihaw rin ka minihitaw rom. Kuyanak, Frame Lake min, Great Slave min, kuyanak. Tabra, pang mapag-ariga, ukiakrak kam, hilami ukiakrak tao tung nakadichok. Tabra lutay na, tutkoy lutay na time, tamat ko at penik tuni, nalo kapit hibunak putam na isamagay nagutili kikput kanok heraw tikrakput. Hibunni ako tikrakput kanok tabertay na. Taber pingahutun ukiuligit tamat ko nutakaurat. Tabertay na ay mamingni na pilyaw taktitat. Nagatay maanip ka. Taberlutay na tamat ko din na inyune ako hikting pinyak ka na kay piyagkangat nutakkat tamat ko din lihakay akalawa ka ni. Tabalutay na kanok hoteng tamat ko din na ulak si takpatigit nutakkating ingilakan tayo na tamat ko nang na piyak ti taklugit inyune ako tinginyik nagaluni no couching inyik. Tabra piyok ti taklugit. Tabra taman na pilyaw tangit kahit na isuatun inyune ako na ay mabingni. Tabra pang mapakahay tayo na pilyaw tangit lugit inyuhingit na huinyalirakakigait. Tabraptaaqtai na tamatkuat kai kammaktuat Inuit na ilihimarugutai na kanok tamatkuat na ingilakan ay paani inyuneaqnek ta na isummatigin nagu rutkingit kaluariga tamatai nakaruinyak tabra ilokain inyong nun tabra taman na ilihauti rakaluabut tamatkuat naluruat.
To honor all former students of residential schools
Tamatkuat tabra ilihaktaktuatin na isumagipiakit ka pang mapakit na isumamne nalunaik kugit ka tamatkuat ilihaktaktuat. Kaya nakpak. Trinity Willie Damon. Kaya nak o kakte. Tabraptaaq tamatkuat. Tabraptaaq Trinity Willie Damon. Na isaguti lakatakama. Tabralutay na matkuat ilan nat kahit na ilagik tuagutin na tabralu tamatkuat ilokainik tamatkuat habakati lugit nagaluni tay na lutsal ke tabrani Section 35 tam na malakotali akaktok malakotali angaptok tay na alangulginyakat tabra tamatkuat chief lu council ngilyu kate maringit na tamatkuat na tap ko tutkikane ay Trinity Holiday tabra hintay na tabra tauchimu hutingin na tamatkuat na habaw takane utiligit kay tabra lutay na ilokainik tabra tamatkuat na tangungit shot Inuit na tama kanya tautu kamilreok takraluatin nalo kanok inyune ako hingit nagalunin kanok angalarutingit tabraptaaq tay na ingilangan ay paniki ay papagtay na hekamitsinyak tuatun itkatigut ubagutay na angalatsiyunya rakota tabraw na pihangit kaluarife pihangit kaluarife umanik tabraptaaq tay na alla na pilyaw tangit chutiakoting pilyaw tangit chuhe tay na angalatsin riichuhe agalatsin ermik naluruhiak tuakot tabra ingilangan tay na okawi magatigut agalan minyahitawronun una apakiwit takilyaw kuyanak pagkapakiwit nagatangit pan nga una okapanak tunga nagangit pan nga okapalang na tunga kuyanak okakte kuyanak inyit ilyat habakadit tabraptaaq tamatkuatit na tabraptaaq tay na tamnaptaaq tabra angalatsiri himunak atanek pangat tabrani chief nik pilakigait ataningit tabra tamatkuatit na pilyaw tangin niblugit pilakigait tabraptaaq tay na itluatun tay na angalatsin yuraktuak tabraptaaq tay na na iraktokoni nagaluni pilyaw tangi hakalugit matkuat angalatin tay na pingit kait kuyanakpak o kakti Inuit Twin Lakes kuyanak tabra wani 19th May tabra tamatkuat iglulakirin o kakaurugut tabre tamat kot pigo mangit kibut. Tabre lo tait na. Tabre ilihimarunga 100 tun. Tabre lo tait na. Tabre tamat kot tabre. Ilihimarunga tait na yung miktigun igilo kakana yung itchot. Iluchu ding miktigun. Tabre taman ikak tabre. Tabre lo tait na ilihimangit chunga tabre ni iluatun angalat chingitchot. Igilo na kiroani tautungit kitka. Tabre inyuek tuet tait na igilo la kirinye tautu kimarunga igilo nik atokonay chonik nagaluni atungit chonik. Tabre tait na Okakalwak habang ni blugi tut kikane ni blugi tamat kot igilo tut kikakre tut kikake mai chutuli. Tabrelo tait na tabrep tao kinyuit igilo kalagalwak tut tamat kuninga na. Tabrelo tabrep tao tut kimagit ka ataramik. Tabrep tao tap kot igilo. Tabrap tao kigila wapting ni wagutin na inarapting ni tamakot tao kimagibot tabraglan napay kaming tabata ilihima to alukat katabra palihim atukot napay liit kahit tigilukrangin niya. Tabra nugo payako igilo lakarin apakiruta kakirunga. Igilo lakarin minihitaw ramon apakiruta kakirunga kuya nakpag Yellowknife North Min. Kuya nako kakte tabra wagutin na waptik kun na tabra tam na hibun niyok tige huklugo tabra tam na tao kalang ulit ka tap tuminga tam na himahulit ka. Tabre 1 million min 2 million mo naglan. Tabre lo tait na to naglan tabre kanoking miktigon hawakak to tait na to naglan ay chok taligit kait. Mani Northwest Territories ni. Walmart tabre it's magibliup tao. Tabrap tao tait na kanakalugit tamat kot na ngalat sinyak to na tabra ukot okauti law lugit uwane hibun niyawik pang miit to di lokay niya gilichakip kalakub lugit tabra huli. August 2023, tabra huli. Tabrap tak tait na huli. Tabrap tak inyu elektronik na tamat ko ating miktigun habak tuan na tamat ko ating na tabrap tak minihita ko na apakiruta kakiya niyo. Kuya nak. Mamprimin. Kuya nak. Ublakon tabra tam na iliharayak taktot ay mabingin piya kalugit. Tabra tait na tabra tap ko din na iliharayak taktot yung miktiun. Tabra tamat ko na inyo na yakanek pira tap tumanga. Tamat ko nang tabra pipiya kalugitay na tatangin yin. Ang ayok hangin yin. Inyo na yakabingin yin tabra taman na ilihit chukinaktok pang mapak. Tabra wukot ilokhain yun ilitchukip kalaw. Ilitchukip kalako iya Mani Northwest Territories me and the
little boys who cried at night.
tam na ang ugayak kayuartuaq tautuktua inna ilihimagvigikput taitnaittuaq aippaapak tainna taataangit ataataangiha naagaluunin angayoqaangit kayuarmiut tainna pichivlu taamna angugaiaq uqaqti tabrauna peqiuttaqinniari tabra tamatkuatin na tainna taamna iljumun piñiapiarlugu tutqinniapiarlugit taapkuat tutqikkaqqimaillat aippaapak tainna iñuuniartuat tainna qanoq allangulaillugu himmauhilaillugu tauqtamatkuatit na nutaqqani 93% tun tabra NWTimi tabra taitnatun tabra inugiak tilaangit taitnatun agalaan matkuat tangungitsuat nutaqqat 93% tun tabra tamatkuat na munaqaqraqaluat angayoqaangit tabra taaqtaitna ingmingyun tutqikkarumingi na iluatun iñuunialiaqayartut taaqtaitna iluatun taitna iñuuniallautaqaniquna tikinniayaqaatinna tamatkuatitna ikayuqqimauraquptigit tabra taaqtaitna tamatkuaguuqinna tabrani iñuuniartuni aimavingin piiqainni illuatun iñuuniarnaitsoq tabralut taitna iñugiaktuat taitna tabra ikayuqniaqalugit ikayuuraqalugit tabra tamatkuatinna ilitsuqiluat tamatkuninga ilihariartartuanik aimavinginnin piiartanik qanoqlu tabra taamnaptauqilihimagikput pangmapak iñuuniaqanikput allangahiroq taimanga tabrauni illuatun tabra 44,000 tun iñuuniartuat maani iñugiak tilaangit Northwest Territories ni Cam Lake min kuyanak tabrauna allangortuaq ila ilihimagikput tamatkuap tauqtabraitikollakpauraqtut taitnaqhuting allangortuam hilakta ikayutaunginmiuq tamanna allangortuaq hilaqput tabra qanaqalu tabra tamatkuatinna payariraqaqait tamatkuat havangniartuat tutqikkainiartuat naagaluuniin ikayuiruat tamatkuninga tutqikkaqaniartuanik imakun nunakun iglutigun tamara tamattumainna tautungnartut taitna tabra kavamauruatukuatinna uvagut kavamauruagut taitna taramik tamatkuat na ikayoqniaqartugut qanoqleqa ikayoqniaqaqivut allakun allangorlugu himmauertarlugu tabra tamatkuninga uuktuqaqqimagivut tamatkuat tutqikkaqaniarlugit tabralu taitna kavamauruatupani tabra 100 tun ittuamik tabra taitna tunagalaninna tabra taitna tunagalaninna 2015 mi Tabertai na tunagalani na tamna o kakatigilaktuni o kautigilaktuni si malo naktok. Taberlu tait na tunagalani na Northwest Territories ni. Taberta NWT mi Inuvialuktun tabertai naptawrit na tamatkuatit na Inuvialuvingit аллангоррутинги налуақ канеқ исагутит қинниарнеарнини нитин исумаалугигait тавелуптаартайтна исуммати каптигу таамна тавелуптаартайтна уктуаақхимагалуарай таматкуаттитна Tangungit short tamat kolo taning natin na daw chicken pilakayat. Sa tumina o kalang nekto. Uvlakot tabra itkaginiaray tapkwat kanole tapkwat inglaan sko iyaw nekto nutakat kanok tapkwat Pihlukuran nekhota nutakat kanokka tamna ihane kakluting tamani kanoleka Okota tapkot Teresa Echenelli Sarah Cleary, Lillian Elias, and Jonas. Kanoka habak parak dotay na tapkunu na tapkot ingyangan nitakat ihanek dot itkarip lugit. Peggy Sherry Gordon, tapkot. Uvlupak mani tuit kanok habak paralak tuit aglan pisugurali tuit kuyanak parak kanok wang luta tabra pisugurali tuit tabra tawaka naikin Lugu naikh lugu Inuvialuktun Kuyanak Lillian Elias.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alice Jane Pelosi was born on June 30th, 1947 in Port Wrigley to Wilson and Caroline Pelosi. Alice is one of 13 siblings, and she was considered the martyr of the family. Matriarch, of the family. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that Alice was instrumental in helping raise her sibling. She was always trying to help her parents. Alice was a residential school survivor.
Alice tabra itkaginialigit kikbuta Alice Inunia kami tabra itkagin lang niya tamna Alice tabra taimala linya koka taglan habak para toaka kanole ka ikayuikluni ikayuklui tapkwat Inuit I'm a vingani kanole ka tamna kanoka Mama ni kallaw tinira tabra awlangan nakirok taiku Kanoka taimagman nakuro kunawlalinya kok. Tabra taimalang linya kok tamna habag para kalo kami kanolakay kayo biyuni inyong ni kanolaka. December tabra itkari lang na putam na. Kaya nakpara ka nerving mi tam na muna kami rung alis tabra kaya nakpara. Kaya hakpara ligin niya kuta inyang itam tap tuma alis tabra tayo makana kok alis kaya nak.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery, recognition of visitors in the gallery. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize Mr. Darrell Delaney, the former MLA of Ray.
Ukot itkari lang na yun na manitak kaya nakpara.
Thank you, Member for Range Lake. Recognition of visitors.
Tapkot itkari lang na kay tapkot pulak tot mga. Tapkot Darrell Delaney. Terry Hawkins. Margaret Marshall tao ka kay kapi mga kaya nakparak tapkot habaw tihu na kay tapkot inyay kaya nak. Tam na itkari lang na kot. Kanya kaya nak. Great slave me. Darrell Delaney tabra kay kapit mga kaya nakbarak. Tapkot habak barak tot inyay mun ikayok luwit kaya nak. Kay kapi nyuit tabra kaya nakbarak. Here was house. Tam na apekruy kalawang tapkot Health and Social Services habakti. Minidak tam na kanok. Kanok tam na hok takti nilay but here over me. Kaya nak. Tam na kanok habang mata tabra kanok lakay kayo inyak tot tapkot hayward tabra tutkik kakanerlin ting ing ming nun kanok kanok habang matatay na health and social services tapkot kamaman kabamaulin yakot kabamaun ngidoko.
Cost of bringing the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority in was $20 million, and the government of the day decided it was beyond its capacity to accommodate that. So I think the time has come.
Ukot habak tot tabra kanok ikayuin yak tot health and social services ni tabra kayanak. Hindi tako na kilabi nga. Kanok habang tayo nayak parang tayo na kanok tao chikun habang nayak tot. Tao chikun habang nayak patap ko tayo. Tao chikun habang havanik tut. Tabra Hay River Health and Social Services tabra kanok tapkot tao Health Authority tao chikun habak tut tabra tama ni Hay River mi. Kanok tabra haper niya lok to habang naktam ng kanok pinyakat. Kanok leka habang tayo at nakinyak luit kanok ikayun niyang mata. Kanak kayanak. Kanok habang matatabra tao chikun tapkot ikayuwi yung nik tao chikun habak parawurt kanok iswak kinyak parang tayo na kanok tapkot habang niyak to tao chikun. At ugat tayo na humilya ka Fort Providence men Hay River mukluting tayo na kanok tapkot ato tayo na kanok iswak kinyak luting inming nun. Kuyanak. Kanok nayak pa na minita ka kanok tutkika nayak lugit tapkot kanok habak tot tayo na Hay River mi. Tap chimung nayak tot kanok habak luting. Tapkot tutkikanig kahit tayo na habang nayak to $20 million dun hama tukto kanok habang tayo nayak luit tayo na tapkot qanoqissaaqiniarlugita qanoqqa taapkuata Inuit tabra ikayorniarlugit qanoqleqa taaqtittaaqa taunagaurut Hay Rivermun qanoqleqa taamani havaguurut tainna anniarvingmi kuyanaq isiani qanoqqa qimilleruiqpat qanutun qimilleruiqpat tavra nalu nalungitkaluartunga
Thank you, member, for
kuyanaqoqaqti tabrukut qaanganniin inna ilitsoqikaptigu taamna qanutun akihuniartuaq tabra taamna tavrungaaglaan ilitsoqiligitkikput tabralut tainna hivunnioriutivlugu ihummatigiligu naagaluunniin oqautigiligu tabra taapkuatinna ilitsoqipkaqaniariffi qanoqittilaanga taaptuma qanoq hivunniorutigi niartilaakranga taaptuma oqallautigiiffi himmauheqtaruuruq аллангуортаруулақ табахули таинна таматкуат малакуталиаралуангит таиннаптаоққа химмаухертараригайт табаптаоқ таина тааптамани укиутчаами на табаниптаоққаутиги химмиикпут химуниорутиги химмиикпут қанухараутиксаптингник Fremmelkmin. Tabi aglan mga kakalit utam na ukaka ko ara kamatsapela litsunga tapte mga kanok 42 no kyuni tabi tam na ittuhrang itkalawaktak tayo nito naglan ittuak utok kalibailyo ni tayo na isumatigilikia kuyanak tamna tabra tamna isumatigikapkuli nutamig napaikpatak kanok tapkot na okaikangi okaikangi kanok titakanelit kanok titautigilialit patigit tabralo tait na uwani okauti kabut hibunni okauti kabut tauk tabritapkot allangornearmiut himmahuarnialiin migait kuyanak kuyanaqaqaqti taba utakpantabal tamatkualin na ta ilucham tamna nappaikpatan tay na ang makakparong tabi kayo niya tamatkuninga kibluwe hakpan upkuami kibluwe huri tamat tay na tay na Mani Northern Territories ni kangatay may papakitok tam na isianimin na minitarak 90s nilyon ni tabi tam na ilitarap ka ilitsut tap tuminga ilit na kakahawranin nagalunin ilit sa makperanunin na tiyutigirakakluit abertam na ilit sa kalit kat tut kovik hunigilaka huli oraktanik tut kovik inakigat. Kuyanak. Frame like me. Tabraw na hapakarapi lalit katap kot tayo na kangapak tayo o kakaharata kami yung nagalunin tamat ko din na nalaut sila ako ting piyut nagalunin kanokalo taman na muna kadlaw takablu isumam ni piga. GNWT tawak tabay isumalagim migat. Kaya nakpak. Kaya nako kakte. Tabraw kot mani territorial me tabraw mani tabraw tamat ko din na malakuruk tap ko kanok ang alat niya ako tinga tap timuna tut kawing mun. Tabraw tak tayo na inyugak to din na tut kikane akrabut inyugak tut. Tabraw tak tayo na wani habak kakatak matabraw tam na tuharakigan tut kautigilait katap takarakigat kanakulo ikayo kubluting tut kikaulo. Inuvialuktun legs. Kaya nako kakte. Tabraw na igilwilakadot na apakilo lang ini. 100 tabraw lutay na tamat ko din na nalingit 100 ngubat. Tayo na tinagalan nalingit igilut na paibat tap ko at palihim at igilungit pigalo na git. 47 tun. Tamat ko 47 tun itut tabar na kakigait tayo na napaktating. Tabar 17 tun inyo na akbigihim bagait. Tabar tap ko at 100 tun na nampay niya ni kapta. Tabar tayo na tinagalan na kafe lovely tayo na tinagalan 100 tam na ticket card. Kaya nakpak. Twin legs. Kaya nakpak ilangit tabar kaya gilit kaya tabar tamat ko kafit tabar tamat ko tabar napaktangit na ing miktiun tayo na toktaw karniw aluit atok takaralangit atok takaranganyik tabar kanod na naglaan tayo na hinik ng paibihi kaya nako kakte Inuvialuktun legs kaya nakpak kaya nak kaya gilit kaya tabar tam na kanok tabar takwa tayo na tabar kafinik inyong nik tayo na tamat ko nga na kinyara nikit na inakurok takoting tayo nakoting tamat ko nga tao kakanyurang itsuting miktikun igilumik tao kaya kraming nik na akilyak to mihiyong tabar tam na tabar tayo na tamat ko din na tayo maktitakang itinyo tayo nakoting. Tavraptaaq tamatkuatinna inuitinna hapeqlartitsungillugit tavratainnaquta tamatkuninga ingmiktigun igluleqiruatinna tauqqaaqranginnik piniurangittivut.
I know this question is not something that I sent over to the minister, but just looking at my community alone, the Inuvialuktun,
Ta inuvialuit inuvialuit atukkangit
Inuvialuktun beneficiaries in the ISR.
ISR mi tamatkuatin inuvialuit tamatkuati kayoqpauraqait ingmiktigun igluleqirin ukot haneqpaqlugit ingmiktigun tamatkuat uktua inna havauttaqaligit kait igiluit matkuat inna igalitsiaqtitaqlugit tamatkuat igilualungit naagaluunnin apquti inna tamatkuninga apqutinik inna pisikutaqavingitsi tamatkuat qanoq anilaqaarviksrangit havauttaqivlugit tamatkuatinna wheelchairligitki tamatkuninga tavraatoquura qayinarpak aglaan tavrataitnaaqutangingmittiun kavamauruatinna kavamanini na kiinauranik bibliotek taitnaquting igalitsiaartakkangit tamatkuat inugiaktuat iglut tamatkuatinna na illugiigartugut illugiiggutak havaqatiguta tamatkuattut qiqqarniaraariivut inna ingmiktigun pingikkaat qiyanarpak. Qiyanaq oqaarti. Minihitam una tabra tamatkuat inna tabra qakuunaglaan tamatkuat inna inna illiqaniarpat inungnik tabra tamatkuat atoquniartilaaksrangit illitsoruuktunga. Tavraptaaqtaina inna tamatkuat inna shootingit tamatkuat qutsiktuani kavamauruat aitsormatigut tamatkuat ilaanni hapeqralaartugut qanoq atoquniartilaakrangat qanorlu inugiak pailluting tamatkuat inna tavrataitnatunakalaani inuittauqi iloqauktuat inugiangmiut sunditewalute.
Thank you, Mrs.
Qiyanaq. Tamna itqagillagniaritka taapkuat qanoq nutaqqat ingileraansuure ilihariarniartuat qanoq taapkuat itqagivaat itqagivagi taapkuat taamna aimavimni tuttuniartuat qanoq qaloqpat qanoqpita qiyanaq. Maakauna tiulnangniartoq qanoq taapkuat tuttunik qanoq neriñat tuttut qanoq qimilluiñiartugut qanoq qanorleqa uhiummaat kinnakuuruakun piniartuagut qiyanaq. Tabra 6 to months piliginnyaqqut qanuqqa qimilluqiinartuat qanuqqa pivat qanuqqavauttarivarrung tainna qanuquniarpat qiyanaq uqattaaqa qimilluiugait huli qanuq investigating miktaihugaitaina qanuqqa qanuqmakaata taapkuata tuttut qiyanaq tunidewilde ikpasraaq taamna qanuq qanuq qanuqqa pivatta taamna pivating taamna hakuuttaarivagit taina uqata qanuq taapkuata qanuq habauttarivarrung taina uqata taapkuata qiyanaq qiyanaq maqperaanik piñaangit pita qimileriuqtanik qanuquniarpat tavra lutuke qanuqqa uqautivagi taapkuata Inuvialuktun qanuqqa pivat qiyanaq qanuqqa taapkuata itqaigiluaritka qanuqqa taapkuat qanuqleqa iñuniartuat anguniartuat taaqqa qanuqqa qanuqleqa ilitsoriniarluting investigating niktaihuugait ilitsoriniarluting qanuqqa taapkuat qiyanaq Cam Lakeman.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Qiyanaq
Mr. Speaker. My questions today are for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering to start off with the Minister
taamna persuullagniaringa maakami
ultimately responsible for climate action mitigation here in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
kiullagniartoq maakami qanuqillikput allangortoqqa qanuqleqa tavra 2030 tavra hillakput allangmuman tavra government money tavra qanuqqa havauttarigaluarat greenhouse gas niktaihuugait taamna qanuqqavagnaqa uqruuruangisaanik
Thank you very much.
uqruuruangittoangit qiyanaq
A very honest portrayal of where the Northwest Territories is in its
uqata government Northwest Territories qanuqqa
how also the low water levels this year are having an impact even on
qanuqqavaktuat taina
huge dependence still on fossil fuels in the Northwest Territories, and that's only going up with our low water levels. And so
Kanok kimilriulinya tamna kanok tamna imakput imakput allangok tok.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
Tapkot kanok 30% tama mikliniak to kanok tayo na okororoni katokunay atokunay 30% tama mikliniak to. Tabrap tao ka habang matatabra tam na
By 2030. Unfortunately, still emissions in the territories are largely driven by industry and transportation sector. An anticipated reduction in mining activity in the late 2020s is one factor that will contribute to the realization of this target. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister.
Actually shut down. But on the other, going out and we're proactively trying to
kanok tapkot habak to tayo na nunampatani kanok mining niktay hugay tukot kanok kanok habang matanmani kanok kanok ikayo nek pati tapkot habang nek to tayo na.
Type of questions, I would encourage the member to reach out to the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Infrastructure to answer the energy and the finance. I know members on the other side think that I have all the answers, but other departments have the work and do the work on this area. So I would encourage the member to reach out to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Kamlik, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I was trying to do is ask the lead department on climate change what's going on in we're going to get to our goal. When I have to jump around from department to department, I don't actually get the full picture in one answer, and so it's nice when we can ask one department to help us paint that picture for residents. And so my final question is in regards to
Apekul lang nari tayo na kanok kakihara kun tautong net kanok about nek parung tan kanok inilugu tapko ta kanok hilak puta himmerman tap tu mga kakihara mun part apekui kami tabra humilakad tayo na tabra tam na dashboard ning tayo hugay tam na kakihara ko na tautong nak kaya nak oh ukot kanok habakpat minita ko na apekul lang nariya tam na kanok iglugin chot kanok kanok tap kot Inuit atok tot iglunik kanok tau kilyabat iglunik tainna ikayorne aloit ka aglan hapernyaktok. Ukot kabamatama kamilgoygalawaqtut kanok pinyaqaneqtavra havautarigat aglan kanok ikayorneaqpatigitapkot Inuit iglunik pihuktot tauqiruktot kanok kuyanak. Inuit tavra Inuit tavra iglunik atoktoaqtot haipani kanok ukot kanok tapkot iglukaqtot angiyoqaangit aglan taima coming tavra Inuit tapkot nutaqqangit kanok tamani yaqhuting anillugit tapkot kanok igluillet iglunik beach tavra ukot tavra kanok iglunik iglunik havautarigaluarait aglan illaani pernyaqtoq. Tapkot havautariñarait tapkot Inuit igluni atoktot nagalunin tauqirniaqtot tavra tavra ikayornearait tavra kuyanak. Mampuimi tavra igluta aimabimni utuqqanak utuqqaarut kanok utuqqaarut tapkot iglugit aimabimni qamma Inuit tavra inuurut taamani kanok ikayornaqqigaluarait tapkot Klitso government tamna ukot kanok kanok havautariñaaqpatigitapkot iglunik atuktot kanok hawok tapkot tauqerniaqait tapkot iglungit igluni ittot ingaljaqaatin 1972 hamma 47 million tun hamma pigalaqtut ukat government tangungitsuat governmangit maniqaralaqtut taina federal government nin tapta Canada governmangin maniqaralaqtut hunia qanoq havangmata naluqqiñartoq maani nunami ittuaguut ingilaqaarniaqaq qanoq tainatavra ittugut qanoq ingiurugut qanoq pissuk ukat qanoq inaurni iglut piñaqqigaluartut agulaan qanoq tapkot hamma naintun utaqqirut iglunik igluninniarluting tabraan pingitsutuli quyanaq ukutaqa qanoq tapkot ukutaqa qanoq atuqtuat iglunik qanoq ikayorniarlugi tapkot inuit iglunik atuqtuat qanoq 100 nik hamma pigalaqtut igluin yaqtu alaqtut aglaan qanoq igluitsuat igluqaqtuat naagalunnin qanoq aimavitsuat tabra Yellowknife North. Quyanaq.
Disagreement.
Tapkot utaqi niq una illuigiga ukot aqaperitsaat na tiruaqtat nun unitsungitkiga tabra tauhittualungmik hanahuisuutimik peqqaqaluartugut taamnaagalaan unitsungitkiga taapkununga at hibunniaqutigitruvlugu tabra tamatkuat na Julaimi tabra tawaqtai na tamatkununga anititagvut ilitsuripqaraniarlugit qanoqittilaapta maani uvanikavamauruagut Tabraptaok taitna ilitsorap karniartua ilitsorap kaaniartuat taitna ataramik tamatkuninga aitsortui himalugut ilitsorahuktuanun. Tabralu taitna tabraptaok taitna tabratamatkuatit na uaptikkun pililaikkivut allattaoq ilitsorap kaqqaalugit ilitsorap kaqqaanagit tabrataitna pilaitsugut uaptikkun. Taimna pianikkaluartinnagu una ata hivunniarvikput pangmapak. Yalanait noit min una uqallangniartu apirilingniartu. Tabraptaoq tabratamna ukuat kavamauruat kavamatchiaguruat inna aqappirichiaguruat taamna hivunniaqutigi hivalungniqaat. Julaimi tabra ilitsorapkairuat ilihimagitka. Tabra taamna atihiva tabrunga taapkuatit na hivunniaqutigi aarumitu. Atiruamik hivunniaquniarpaat. Uqarti. Tabraptaoq kavamauruat. Tabraptaoq ukuat ilitsorapkaiqqaaquting unna ilitsorapkaiqqaaquting tamatkununga ilihimaniartuanun naluka katimarirunun tabratamatkuatit na ilitsorapkaiqqaaquta tamatkununga taitna annitilaikkiikput taamna qanoqiarautikput. Tabraptaoq taamna natuhagiga havakpaurartut taamna tutqikkaraaniarlugu natqinniarlugu taamna uqaikkarting quyanarpak. Una kiinaranik quyanaq tabra taamna atilik permit development mikpirarigat tabra taamna itkaat tabrani tabralu taitna iloqating kavamauruatukuatit na atautsikuni na havauttarihimagat. Uqarti. Tabraptaoquna tabraptaoq taaptumaptaoq Yukon-taoq taamna atoqtarting na iliniakkarting tabrunga havauttarikammisung nun tabra taamna na hapeqlartaramiut qanorlu taapkuatit na matkuat Government Northwest Territories ni tabra taamna tabralu taitna hapeqinartuaq taamna ilihimagat. Tabra tamatkuat EIA iloqating taitna ilitsoraniaqqimagat. Quyanaq. Frame Lake min. Quyanaq. Tabra tamatkuatit na apaqirutaqillangnaliitikka qanoq allangortuaq mannahilakput naagaluni nunakputtaaq tabra 22-23 mi tamanna ikuallakpaurartuaq qanoq tabra taamna na ilitsorapkaihuklunga qanuherautiptingnik. Tabraptaoq tamatkuatit na ilitsorapkaitqulugit qanuherautinginnik. Tabra taapkuatit na tamat ko to lang nalutkit ka kanoherautikrabut ubagut ubani ukwat ubagut minihitareagut nagaluni katimaribut taberlu tait na tunaglan ilitsarap kairartugut taberlu tait na tamna oqaqaqqaarlugu ilitsarap kaqqaaruta kollakparartuamik taberlu tait na iloqainnun ilitsarap kainiartugut qanoherautiptingnik naagaluuniin qanoq ikayuutiksranik ilauriiniartugut ikayuutiksra ninnik aipaaqo taberlu tait na ingmiktigun havaalingnun taamna aitsuutigi hivalukka tait na isuma kangeqqilunga innalu tabra una isumatigiia matkua ilihimaruat naagaluunniin qanoherautiksranginnik ilitsuariffaalluuktunga isisimin quyanaq tabra oqaqatigihimmikkaqa ikpakrapak ubagut tait na tabra taamna isagutiniarikputit na ilitsarap kaqqaaruta kiunigunlaqa tamatkuat ilihimaruat naagaluuniin katimaringit kihunullaqa katimarinnun taamna oqautiginiarikput oqautigilugu tamanna ivunniuqutigilugu pingahullaaluting naagaluuniin qanoq tamatkuat qimileriuruklugit qimileriurumintiilaahi taimma tavrangaaniin aullaqqigilugut taapkuninga katimarinnik oqaqqama qanoqaulla na isagutiniartilaakranga ilitsuarihimagiga taberlu tait na atautsikun havaguta naagaluunniin aviguta havaktualerupta quyanarpak Frame Lakemin quyanarparaq kiullagamnga qanoq taamna tabra nutaaguroquli taamna oqautigikkaqa tabra taamna tait na quyanaqoqarti isisiimniitangat tabra iloqatiting tabra uvanga ilitsuaripkainiartunga taaptumani tukuliani uumani hivunnio qaropta pangmapak tait na taamna tutqikkilaitkikput tabrauna na hivunikrarput taamna iligiga tabra tamatkuatin na qiniakhrangat kavamauruat qimileriuakhrangat kavamauruat ACC taok tamat kod nakatimaringiha ilitsureakrangat. Takirok tamna ilitsuraniarvikrak.
I agree with the member. Work has to be done, but it's not going to be done.
Tabertap kod ilokata tait na pangmapakit na hibuniok tuagud pangmapagtap kod natkiktilay kikput. Tabertam na agalang nun ilihiga una. Hivunikrakput tam na ilitsarap kalakiga tayo na kuyunakpak. Frame like me. Kuyunakpak kami nitak. Tabra tamat ko na hivunik ko tigini kadukot. Pangmapak hivunik ko pangme. Tamat ko MLA guroti na taman na hivunik ko tigini kat agilan. Tamat ko tabra ilihimarot. Ilihimakpagto tamat ko nuna. Tamat ko nga isumoy kamingik. Tabra tamat ko ilihimalugit tayo. Tamat ko tabra tayo na ingmik tigunit na angalat silechut. Kuya nakpag ko kakte. Tabra kakate tigilay titkatap ko tukot. Inuit tuwane hivunik pangme. Tabra ko na isumati kapko tabra ukot ingmiktigun na tamat ko AOC nagaluni tamat ko katimaring pangita tabra lo na tamat ko tutring na kay. Tabra tam na malako talak malako luo. Here South. Kuyunak. Tabra na apero lang niya ayaw na. Tabra ko tabra ilo kating tayo na 3 pingahuni hanahui riti ni pichi marot tam kaya nako kakte tabra tak tagut tabra ni hair ramon tabra tak tam na tamat ko na tamat ko tutkikakabluit nuna taman na nivakublugo pigat. Tabra tak tam na ilihimarugut. Ilitsure himarugut tamat yun. Tabra ilo kata tayo na October 7 munaglan tayo na nivalarugut tamani. Kuyanak pak minyitak. Pingahunik hanoy riting tamay ganik tigut. Kuyanak. Utirop tatam na ukautigin niya. Kuyanak pak. Pangmapagtay na tapkot isuatun angalat si magabot. October 7 munagalan. Tabra lokata. Ya na isumati 5 talimanik kiuni tapkot hanaya kabluit sumati tait na. Kayanak. River South. Kayanak. Tabrap tak tait na tunagalan. Narvani matkot imangit na imayak tuatun ilirut. Palak tuatun. Tabalutai na tamatkot nibang niyak tuat. Tamatkot tutkakanyak luwit. Tait na huli niyak pa tamatkot. Tabra utakanyak tuut. Tabalutai naptauka inna nunyawra liwak kemarut. Ilitso tamatkot inna. Tamna tutkakanyak luwit. Nunawra mikaglauranik tuagut. Tabraptaukai na kanoherautik put. Kanoherautik tingnik ilitsore. Ukauti palang diariga. Kuyanak. Tabraptaukai na isumati tabra.
From federal government, I think, for ongoing harbor maintenance, and I just want to make sure that that we don't let off in that.
Tabratam na minhitawra matkot tutkikanya matigit na tutkikanya man nakwarigiga. Ituarigiga. Tabraw na minihitawra ka hunigila ka ang irawak pangnik hawak pangnik minihitangat. Tabralutay na tamatkot na ikayutiblutai tait na tabralutay na tunagalan tamat ko nang kuyanakpak. Ikayak tikrapting nikibakla niya tuta. Labraw na kolek. Tapkot kanok kapitun ham tapkot iglut imait pat. Anu tam na kautineriya housing.
Has stated that there are units in Inuvik that there were
Okot iglunika tuniyok kainiyak tot inuving me kanok hibud niyok pat. Humi tapkot iglut tuniyok kainiyak pat. Kota iglut hamma Inuvialuktun hamma lengit iglut huinchut Inuvialuktun. Kuyanak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its report on Bill 75, Council for Women and Gender Diversity Act. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 72-19, brackets 2, Standing Committee on Social Development.
Social development damit ko din hiwa nanikolit kia. Kaya tabra ukot bills tamat ko malako tala 75 nude kia. Tabra tamat tap tamat Inuvik Twin Lake min tuglaranga nutichi nyaktonga. Tabra lutai na agalagaluit tap kot isagutin akangit. Cam like me. Kina ko kakti. Tabra tap kot nuti chukit ka. Twin Lake tuglaranga. Twin Lake min tuglaranga. Kaya nako kakti.
Committee report has been received and adopted by the Assembly. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following two documents. Northwest Territories 911, 2022, 2023, and
Tam na tabra 911 Northwest Territories ni. Malakotaliak high level. Kaya nak. ITI me.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following three.
Tabra ko pingahot nuktita lang niligit ka. 2022, 23. Tabra tamat ko ang miktigun habalit. Tabra tayo na ilichorap ka lakobluit. Ilichorap ka lang nilicho nga kanitun kinyaran ni kato ko na aktilakrangit. Kaya nak. Tabra na nuktit chulit kaya. Kawamanut. Tabra tamat ko na kanok muna ka niya ako tingit. Tamat ko tutok kanat. Kaya nakpak. Kaya nakminyitak. Frame like me. Kaya nakminyitak. Minyitak. Northwest Territories ni mani nunapting ni matkot ikwalak tuwalak kay nyin tuha tunga ilichorap kay lako lichunga kanok itilagin. Tamat ko nga ikwalak tuwamit. Ikwalak parak tot mani nunapting ni. Kaya nako kakti. The federal government kuchik to ni kawamalit. Tabra lutay na. Tabra tap ko din na utak tichinyak to kinyaranik. Tabra tam na ilakalalit nga. Ilichorap kalalit kit ka kanok tilakang. Kawamarat man in Northwest Territories ni ukwalo ataw chimiluting tamat ko kuchik to ni kawamaralo. Tabalaptak tamat ko din taxitin taaktitikun nautartitsiruurut ukiutuarman tamatkuat kavamaruat tavalutait natunagalaani na mga Northwest Territories ni kuyanak minyatak frame like me kuyanak Tavrana pero takalichunga Tavrana tautikimang nakayaw na malakatalekrak unaptaok itsumati kangat kanakutik yung isuatun matkuat malakatalet na nalo tay na tamatkuat na tama taksitigun ako kalaktak o kapala kawalo kaya lichore pala ulunga kanok nektilakrangan tapkot tabalo kulia kami na isuatun ilikanga kepalaguta kulia ko tilang neagat lagayatikut
Might have even flowed over into this assembly if I remember correctly. This is a real problem for our youth. It's causing severe health problems.
Tabramatkwat nutakat inyalatin na Inuvialuktun tamatkwat munakarihurat anneartuala kirini minihitam tamatkwat munakavaitigit naagalunin ilitsaqaniarpatigit qanaqikayuutikranginiit qiyanak Tabrona Inuit Northern Territories ni ilitsaqapkalaugliitta Kanok tabrau utak tahuting tay na perlu takahuting na utak blue tam na ka kira kaluit o kapekro kaluit tabar tamat ko din 22-23 tabar lutay na ilitsaka kalakat ka taksikun ukiutkik ta kanok akiliutingat nagaluni pangmapak tay na laptak tabar tamatuma Canada na tabar $500,000 tun luni tabar tamatkuat tay na tunagalan akiliakrak itchung naktok Tababtak tay na kanok tamatkuat na anneaktola kadi na pigihung nakat pigigat tay na tamat ko ta kautigilakit tam tait na.
Honourable member for Hay River North, that when this House adjourns on Friday, September the 29th, 2023,
October 3rd, uh, October 3, 23. Or na, tautimung niak tuta, katiman niak tuta, kanok, una, okare niakat.
Motions. Notice is a motion. And 974-19 brackets 2. By the authority given to me as Speaker under Rule 2.2 brackets 4, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hour of adjournment to consider the business before the House with member for Inuvialuktun Lakes in the chair.
Inuvialuktun Lakes ako bilang niaktok. Prime Lake min 973 tam na. Time lang niak tut, anu, ter niak tut.
I'll now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 973-19 brackets 2, 2024-2025 capital estimates. Minister, do you have
Minita ko na ikayok tiniaktok. Ikayok tingit ichakaniaktut. Deputy Minister of Finance na here of South na kalang niaktok. Ukot kanuka inyait munakrihuro tay na long-term care miktayhugay to na kanuk. Kanuk tutkikarnak parung tam na kanuk munakrihuro tay na inyakanik long-term care miktayhugay. Here South. Here South. Huvat tap kot habakpat kanok. Humi tayo makaniaktot na pening niaktot humi. Tap muna tam na iglo. Tap kot ulik parang matatam na haperanyaktok. Haperanyaktok can't hear.
Shortly, with design to begin immediately. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess that was my next question.
You can't hear them? It's good now. Oh.
Well, I guess, will there be some type of connection between
Kanokonek parang tam na health center tam na inyong munakrirot. Kanok huminyak pa. Tapos mani munakriving mi inyanik long-term care nik tayo hugay tapos kanok bifakanak pat hinigvik sa kanak pat Kanokoneakpat kuyanak. Damna Fort Smith me kanokoneakpat dung tak. Inyay tukubingat.
With regards to this facility, is that part of the process, Minister?
Hunak padung tamna munakivik inyanik. About the Nagalorat Aglan got ka assisted living niktay hugay te got kanok munakinak tap got inunya coming. Tamna got senior society nika tay hugay tap got munakit inyanik. Kanok tap got munakinakay tap got inyay kanok nagitot nagalunin ingming nika munakilayal tap got munakinaktot. Tam nabtabra about the kanya tam na. Kaya nak. Inuving mi tamna long-term care munakibik inyanik. Ulukak tormin tutuyak tormin tap got inyay ta aulak na urut aulak tihut aulak tichu kay tap got inyay taberni inaverni. Kanokpat kanokonek patap got about tanganek padung tayo na got inyay nakuro kun Ohima tap got inunak tot inyay tabran tabrani long-term care nika tayhuga to got kanok munakrit inyanik. Okay, Ali.
12 years, being here, I've seen a lot of it. And I hear the families, especially in Inuvialuktun and especially in Polituk. We have a road. Sax Harbor, same thing.
Ukataka Sax Harbor mi inyaita kanoka aulaqtitaruuta kanoka inuving annela coming ignite tapgot Sax Harbor min tuktuyaqtormin uluqqartormin ukataka munarinaqaluaqtut tapgot ignite qanorleqa ikayorlugit haullaqanaillurit naerlugita aimauarnaqqigaluartut tapgot ignite qanorleqa ikayornaqqirut tapgot qanortut kikharnaqaluartut tapgot qanorqa nakuoqqiyugit tapgot qanorq munarikammirrung tai innait qanorq inuitavra maani miniitat qanorqa ikayornaqqigai tapgot inuita ignait aimavimni naagalunin inaarni humiliqa qanorqa tutqikkaarnaagalua qikkaarnaq aluartut qanorqa
When I hear that and they say they're waiting for a bed in Inuvik, and it all kicks in, for myself, that what's gonna happen? Proper care. They're gonna feed him, yeah, proper care for him, but he should be able to do that in his home community of Ulu or in Polituk. So the elders that we have and the people that we represent, the people that put us here, the voters, not the constituent, we should be looking out for their best interest, and the best interest is getting elders facilities in the communities so we're able to care for ourselves. So working with IRC and in our government in the next go-around, I think that should be a priority of looking right across the whole territory and seeing if flying communities are able to do that, and the community corporation or however they have their business arm set up for the Aboriginal groups, they should be looking at that. I really think something like this would go a long way and have people more happy in regards to one, mom and dad are home, or your grandparents, you're able to go visit them and you're not visiting them in Inuvik at a sort of
Inuvialuktun katapgot ignite aimavimni nagalunin Holman Island Sax Harbor mintaq taktu ma palutur mittaq ukot long-term care nika munakhirat inyanik long-term care nika taihugay taina qanoqa tutqikkaarnaqqigaluartuta aimauраarnaqqirutapkot innyait aimavinni tapkot kikayornaqqigai tapkot Aboriginal nik taihugai tapkot tannungitsuat kavamalgit 2007 uvanitunga 12 years 12 hippalikkukiunika tavara tam maani havaktunga. Ukata
room, and God forbid they're alone. And, you know, and for the people that are going through this right now, my thoughts and prayers are with you. We're working as hard as we can to get it done. But I think that the minister and the members here that come back.
Inuit tavara innaita Inuner raqanaqqiruta qianaq. Himmerniaqtoq how you say it? Himmerniariga himmerniarai ikayartini Industry, Tourism and Investment, ITI. Ikayutritta Energy Board Secretary tam kay Factor. Great Slave min qallangnaqtoq qianaq $750,000 in hanma atuqunaaligitsuta uvanga dry dock mun tamna imaqnika tamna docknik taihugaita qanuqa umiaqpaurnika tulallaarvik. Tamna dock atorat tainna qanorleqa atorat tainna tamna peqparang nun tulagvik.
Will the doc
Tamna tabra himmauhillapasung nun tulagvingat umiakparan yun o umianon. Tabra nalapkayuktunga tabra taptuminga himmauhillamagan. Tabra naptok pangmapakhuli ilitsoqapiaqaloarnagu ilitsoqapiangitkiga. Tabra pihaangit kaloarik pintait na tabra Grace Levmin. Tabra na ikpakrapagpi oqallautillak pangahugitkiga. Aglan ilitsoqalliauhlunga taaptuminga. Tabra tauqa neruaqtauguming ilihimauguting neaqaluartu taaptumuna. Tainnarlunga taamna natqeqqugaloaraga neruaqtauruanik himmauhiqaluartinnarittaa umane hivunniaqvikpangmi tamatkoodaahin himmauhiqpatigit tabra illuatun aullaqitquplugit.
half the dock for the last?
Qaffini taimaukiuni taamna atoqqimavrarum. Tabra taaptumuna apaqirutaqapiangitsunga. Tabra huli tamatkununga inyung nun atulla hininga ilitsoqe hukkiga matkoot himmauhiqaluartinnagit kuyanarpak. Tabra luutaitna tabra pigaluaqaat illiqimararting aglaan tabra tamatkuadit na apaqirutangit naagaluunniin ismaaluuttarikkangit tabra tamatkuat natqingniaqiivut. Taitnalu taamna tulagvik tabra taamna ahavauttarigaat hulipangmapak. Tabra ni ilutakpangmi. Tabra lu havauttarik putismaaluik putibunniurutik puttaamna tulagvingat. Tabra taamna malorungnikkiaq malortalianikki na illuni taamna tabra taitnarlunga ilitsoqe hukkaluariga tabra taamna. Tamatkaap taitna ingmik tamaani imarmi igiloqartuat tabra taitna tamatkuatit na pituktullavatigi tamaunga nunamun na tamaanaqaluinnaq itkaluartinnag itqungillugit. Pitullaagumitigitinna tulakpata tulallaaguming pitullaagumiti sungitsoq. Aglaan tamaanaqaluinnaq puptaraqtuat na ismaalugilarit ivut tamaani tautiyornainmataki. Tabra taamna tamatkuat ismaalugimiivut taitna ikayorniarluit. Tabra taaq minitamuuma ilihimagut tamatkuat ilangittavaq tamarra inuiaktuat taitna unitat igilut imarmi igiloqartuanik taitna tabra taitna ilihimavlugi tamatkuat ingilaqan aipaapak taitna taamna unitaq tamaaniinman taitnaqaluinnaq pitqungillugit. Quyanaqoqqarti. Robinson tabra taamna tulagvik. Mia taamtamani qanittoq tamaani inyuniarviptingnun. Tabra una taamna inaritsungnartaq tamaani. Frame like me. Tabraw na pero ta kiulaw ta kublunga pigalawak tunga kanok tam na kang kanya kiula ko alawak tunga kanya mit. Tam na tabra kanok tam na tulagwik huniak tilak rangan alup ilitsura hukalawariga. Tabra tam na tabra tam GNWT tam na angalan mikanga ilihimagat kanok tabra ni tilanga nagaloni ing miktigun nahabaklugo. Talimani yun ni tentun luni ukiuni tabra tam ni tabra kimagiga. Kaya nak Talimani tabra ilihimagat kot ukiuni habata kangat. Aglan hiboni nalurunga. Hiboni tap tuma talimat hiboni. Tabalap taktay na hunyalit kong idyo na taman na hunyali human imak hunyalip kaklugo nagaluni nunanga tam na tulagwingat nagaluni tamana karuinyak ito ang mata tabat kot na imakin na imalaw tanga ngunga kaklugo Inuvialuktun na huinyaliblugo imangat mani ilihimagiga. Tabalutay na huinyali niyak tuak man na imak ilihimagiga tamat koti na piyangit patigit. Tamat koti tulagwit tayo na tunagalan 2022 mi. Huniak tilak rangit tamat kot kanohiautik rangit itpatabrani. Tabalu tayo na tamat kot ilihimarot kanok ilihimarot tamat ko nga angalat chirit tamat ko nga ilihimaramit ni. Kanok titakanak tilak rangit ilihimabihi. Unap tau inyong nun kuleak tulay kat tabra ilan ni natut kok takiblugo hanek pak takiblugo ilan ni tau tuk tulay kat nagalunin ilitsakap kailay chutamat kuninga. Frame like me. Kayanak. Tam na tabra ilihimagiga kang kemagikpin. Tabalutay na tabalutay na tamat ko din na kanokulakay na angalat kong ilugo. Isuami kangalat ko blugo taman na nutsak parjong nagaluninin na piyakak parjong tam na. Tababtaw kapini ukiuni tayo nakemagalolgin manupwa. Tam na isumaluga utilit kaya kabamatukot. Inyudima okaong na okaktuak naraktuak iya. Kawehugin anibing yaktuak tuhagi iya. Tabelo tayo na miktigun habakakto dilingita pinyak parang tabelo tam na ilitsura hukiga. Tabapta ko bahut ITI mi bahut kinyanig munakredo agutin na. Kuyanak. Like me. Kuyanak nami. Pasalutak ko nga. Tabertam na hiwani pitkualaklu apakirtarilaka. Dechomin, kuiran ko kakte. Taman na tabra tutkikanyaktot ingming yun nagalunin tutkikanyaktot humilaka tabra tam na okakala. Man na tutkikanyaktot tamat ko nga tulagwingnik. Tamat ko lo tabra isumalo girakit ka kugit. Imangit kungmi. Tahit na lo tabra tamat ko tutkikakalugit. Tahit na ingilo inyugekto dit na hunigilaka tahit na tulagwingit na hekumitaw tamat ko dahil aglibluting habakrangit. Tabalab tahit na nalune kenyangat taman na loka tamat ko nga umeanon tulagwiung itchut nagalunin apkotawang itchut na tahit na tamat ko nga nutanik ilyakina yakto tamat ko umeatin na tulagwikranginnik. Tamat ko alo mikirot umeatin na kaya nigilo tamat ko nga hunigilaka tulagwika kurakibut. Tulagwika kaniyakibut. Taba malong niukyung ni. Tahit na kanuto nagalan tahit na kanuto nagalan tamat ko na tutkikanya ako ta. Tabab tok tahit na ilihimarugut. Taman na tok imakmani munakablu. Tabab tahit na ko tamat ko na munakanyakakibut tulagwit. Kuya nak kakte. Ilan ni tabra tamat ko nga isumalo lang akto nga. Kanakolo tabra tam na ataw hito alog pakirutakilaka. Tabra tiya fos mat ko at munakriro ataw kuniglaka imamin nakarutinik nagalunin kanuheraw tingin ni imakami tabra tamat ko.
As the jurisdiction over waterways, so they control the access.
Tamat ko tabra munakrihuro tabra tahit na tabra lo tamat ko din na munakrihuro tahit na habakatigila kay mibut. Tabra tawak taman na tap ko kanok habakatigila kay bihigit. Uwang isagutila kata kaming point A min point C mo naglatam tahit na apkotingat tahit na itok tahit na pipkaktaraklu nagalunin ukot habakatigig bihigit. Tabra lo tahit na tamat ko pichuit kibut DFO nagpilakigay. Kalong nik nagaluni hunigilakay mami na nakarutinig munakrihuro. DFO nagpilakigay. Tabra lo tahit na ko tamat ko habakatigilakibut. Tabra lo tahit na ko chiktoni ukot kabamaurat ilihimagibut. Tabra lo tahit na tamat ko kalakirotin na tamat ko munakaringit na DFO gitlaychut munakariroanig imami. Tabra lo kating tahit na to naglaan ilihimarugut. ilihimagibut tait na kota tiye food pit kulait kibut na ilagihugibut. Pervainyugak tuani mani nunapting ni north me matkuat na tamatkuat muna kay wira kakibut. Tabalu tait na tamat kuninga napay niya kaktutit na tamat kuninga tudag wichani nalo tait nalo tawak tabrila ni tamaw naktilait kibut imakun. Tabalu tapkok tauchikun munakiblugi imakalo nunalo tait nakota lokangnik munakilakibut. Techo?
After that whole process, the community would have to request through ITI for the boat and the.
Tam na tabra tayo kangat nga inawaram nin. Inuit tamani inyunakto tapra tayo kangat. Kayanak. Tabra taptimi nga Madam Chair na tam na tayo dialogo ilihimanayak nga ilihimalayo mawut kanut na galan apakrutan natkup ko nagalunin natsingit kuwit tap tayo na ito alu aglan tam na atinga uma tayo dialogo natsigubit tabrap tawak ITI ilihimarok ilihimarut tabit na habakatigihuta habakatigihuit tap ko tiya po mi habaktit ikallakirinik ilihimarot tabrap tawak tayo na uwagutin na munakribyuta kanokitilangin nik tayo na tabra tayo na kanuto nagalan kinyaranigit na ikayutik sa tingnik ilitsakirak tu tap timuna kuyanak tayo chomin tabralo uli tabra tamat ko dilihimak pagtiwat kanok natsigumig tamat kuninga tayo na tabra yellow knife min in engineering mig pilakagay tamat ko ilihimarot kanokolo tamat kuninga akitsuanik nagalunin kanok imakun ilihimaronik hunigilakaki ilihimarot tamat ko tabra tayo nakuting tamat pit kulait pihi nagalu ato kakibahi atulait ko aglan tabrap tayo ko ba ilihimapiak tamat ko engineering imig pilakagay tamat ko tabrato kakibut kanok uwaptik kuntay na isumakapta isumaroatin nalo napay niya aktot nagalunin imakun tabra tamat ko dilitsakap kakanagit pilay tsugut kuyanak tabra una government Northwest Territories ni na angalat sige marutap taminga ingida ukiut kek tamat kuninga atiling nigilitsurip kaininik tamat kut apkodin itaw tuwarehe kanokitilangin nik apkodit nagalunin atingitiun kanokitilangin yu tamat kot ito tabar tamat kuninga tanik tun saintnik pilakagay agalak par ako ting tabar tamat kuninga napalyak ilitsure bikranik tabralo Fort Province nun ilan na kalyago fi tam na kanyak to kaya Tabalo tayo na ilan ni tamat ko nga pulak titay hidugot inyong ilitsara niya kabulugit. Kuya nakpak.
Business.
ITI na. Kuya nakpak. Kota korvita. Korvita. Hapkotini tamani pihuro ta
Down the highway and such. And so I note that there is one outhouse construction.
Kota Fred Henny Territorial Park ni katam na Birawik na
Highway, our only road out. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Pulaktawik tam na Territorial Park tabra kanok pinyak pat kaya nak kota ka kanok habaw ta kanya ngit puta tam na kanok korving ni ka iljini aknin chungut. Kota kanok Great Slave me. Kanok tutkikarnek patigitap kota korvita taina pularving me.
Or areas put in there. I know we went out to RFP a few years ago for that. Could the minister give us an update on whether, I don't think I see anything here that falls into that. So will that be in the next year's plan or where?
Habang nakpadrok kanok tam na Ngilakan manekakalwak ta taglan kumun ilinak nalugat kanok tapkot taapkuattaaqa qanuqa illiniaqaniqqa taapkunanik tak highwaymi taapkuattaa qanuqa piniaqpat qanuqa havauttaqaniarparung taanna qanuqa qorvingnika illiniarpaat nagaluni piniangitpat qiyanaq taapkuattaaqa pulautnik taihuugaitai nutqaarviit aggralinnun parknik taihuugaat taapkuat pulaarviit qanuqa tutqikkaqarniarparung ukaat qanuq tutqikkaqarniarparung tainna illiniarpat tainna qorvingnik taaptumani apquteqpangani tuktuiartu tak highwaymik taihuugaat qanuqa illiqiniarpat qorvingnik tamaunga qiyanaq qiyanaq parksni tavirapularvingni qanuqa tainna Wi-Fi-nik taihuugaitukkuat alloruranik qanuq atorunat abliorautit illiqillikkaluartuat taapkunanum taapkuat aullartittat inuit atorunaqqilluit taapkuat Wi-Fi-nik taihuugait tainna qanuqa alloruranik qanuqa atorunat qiyanaq qanuqa havautik qanuq havaqparru tainna qanuqa taapkuat Wi-Fi-nik pulaarvinik qanuqa atorunaq tuat taapkuat qanuqa piniaqpatigit ukaata nullaarviit camping places tainna pihurit nullaarviit tainna qanuq apquteqpangmi ikajorniarlugi taapkuat aullartitat. Tapgot North Arm projects, tapgot tapkotakpagni kanok sokibagit. Kuyanak tam na North Arm Park ni katay hugay tam na Pulakavik. Tam na tayo at habang naktam na tatkununa aglan habang nakalwaktit huli tucho. We've got Nillarvik camping areas, Niktay Hugay, Port Providence campground, the Kaktit. How about Tarigalwaray? 8 ni kam habak galaktit aglan nalaruga kanok na chivad nagalunin pingit patuli. We've got Balaktit tourist. We've got kanok Karnak Louis kanok tap got Pula coming Hogok tap got Haperanang chat Kuyanak. Port Providence ni hama ta pichok kanok haba crowded taina pichok. Techo. Tam naptok ITI. Tamani habak parak tot napayra community fish plant nikta huay ikalong nikawang naktot. Habak kalakat habak kalakangat tayo na aglan kalong ni kabang mata tabra aglan tam na iglok pakpak tayo na kalong ni kabang tayo niya nak tingitchut aglan mikidura mika pekhaktut tapkot plant niktay hugay tapkot habang naka habaguro tabra kalungnik. tabra ilihimala nakaluakto ka uvangapta ka ilihimala ilihima nakaluakto nga aglan kanok pirot nalawit ka kanok habagtarig kangat kanok tam na tapkot kalung ni kabaktot kanok patapkot fish planting tay hugait. ITI una kanok maning nika ay trigaloktot kanok ay trigaloktot maning nika taptumu nga kanok kalung nika habag taranya tot habang niyak tot tayo na kalung nik fish planting tay hugat. Una microfishery, I don't know.
Funding for supplies was also provided. Madam Chair, we do typically, all of the information about what capital projects the GNWT is paying for in communities is provided in the infrastructure acquisition plan, which is provided.
Kanok tam na habag tangan niya kangat
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, okay, here, where is it?
North Arm tam na tapkot kanok pulawit kanok tutkik karnak patigit tam na kanok ikarvik kanok iliniak pat humik shower nik tay hugay tapkot ikaranakvik kuya North Arm Park nik tay hugay tapkot pulawit Klitschog government tapkot kanok habang na kaming tam na Klitschog government kuta kam na kautiluit pinyagaloktok 24-25 tuna tam na chinek valuktok tapkot inyu taverni tap muna taverni pulakving mi inyu tama itut nulaktut nagkalunin inunaktut tamani tapkot korvichung naktut tay North Arm Park nik tay hugay tam na pulakvik wati tapkot inyu tabra pulakurut watimun kanok pulakurut tourism like tay na put bihurut tapkot kanok pinyak pat korving nika ili kinyak pat Apkodemi kanonerpat peachit tapgot. Madam Chair. Tapgot pulaving mi North Arm Park tabra tayhuga tam kanok halum mikehur tain kanorleka bekagalwak tain contract nik tayhuga tapgot kanok habang nek toting mingik kanok tuda halum mikenyak tot mingik tamna Taverny North Arm Parking aglan kanok habang nek tot apekrinyak tuktak got pulaktit tak kuyanak parak nakubitaw kuyanak parak kiukam nga kuyanak tak Inuvik Highway tamna apkodak tak tuktuyak dormi Inuving nitaw tak apkodak tapgot akraliyak bait RV nigtay hugay ta kai hurit tabra kai hurit tuktuyak tongman kanok kanok pat tap kununa kanok ikayornak pat tuktuyak tormiunun kanok tapgot akraliyak bait kaimata kanonek pat kanok tuktuyak toka hikayor koptigut taina kanok tapgot akraliyak bait RV niktay hugay kanok kaimata about Nyakluit. Kukot ka tamnap visitor center. Visitor center mular kanok apekruinyak tapgot kilagay kinuita apekrokaman kap apekroktoat tain kanok awla mata ukat akraliyak bait tamna RV park nika taina nularvita akraliyak pangnun kanok pataina tukturaktuumun illiqniarpattainna hinik ikayoqunaqaluartuta tuktuiartuormiutainna qanorpulaartuattainna touristniktaihugait apaihamma taaqairuat qianeq ukkuatta
that the tuck is stretched to the limit already, and they're
Tabraning miktikun havalgit avaktuat hamletnik piragait tapkogok tabra kinyavrangit na natut na malongnik tautuktuangnik nagilaktanik itkak tabrani itkak taitna agalaktanik malongnik makperanik tabrani ilitsureakranik ilitsurelaakrakaqtut tabralu tamatkuatit na imaqarungmun taitna ullaqtartuat tabralu taortaamna pulaktaqavingmik peqaaluartugu tabrani tutuurartuumi tabra ingmiktigun kiheenik tamatkuat kiinavaanik atortuaraartut ingmiktigun tutqikkaarniarlugit tamatkualu qanoq pulaktartuat taitna natukkumavingit tamatkuat aggaligaarpangnik taitna pulaktaruurit hunaleqaahumigiliqaa igiloqartuarivilutikki tabra taitnaanik pulaktaruurit RV-nik pilarigai tamatkuat tabralu taitna ikaaqaarlugu tamanna tuttuurartuumi naagaluuniakla inuingmiullu tamatkuat tautsimugulugitki tabra taitna na pulaktaqavingmik iniliorlarut tamatkualu tuttuurartuumik inugaak tabrauvagut titna nunagingitkikput aglaan ikayullagivut huli aglaan nunagingillugu tamanna uaptikkun kavamauruaguutupagut tabralaptaaq tamatkuatitna pulaktartuatigunitna agalangnik pihuk taffingnik agalallaruhi pihungnilluhi taitna ikayuutiksranik aglaan tabra taapkuat tabra tuttuurartuumiittoq tabra taamna taapkuatitna tulagvingit tabra taamnam taoq GMWT taapkuat GNWT ukkuat nalautsiimavaat GNWT taoq ukkuat atortavutitna GNWT nin ingersullavita ikuyuutiksranik qiiraq nunakputmik tabraptaaquvagut taitna tuttuurartuumi taitna tulagveqartugut nullarveqartugut tabrani tamatkuat pulaktartuat inigraqartut inilioqqimagivut taunani laanni tabra humulleqaa taitna tulaktaqartut tuttuurartumun pulaktaqaming taimahin tabrani itna pulaktaqtuatitna nullaarveqartut taitna agilan hibuani tabre humulaka pulak takto tayo na akraligating na nulak tutumulaka pang mapakagilan tabre tayo na hibunakakpan huli hibunikranganik hibunikraminik okaw tsakakpan okaw tigilaliga tabre tayo na tamat kuninga tabra na ilihimaronik tamat ko na atokratit na tuturak tok tabra tayo na kuyak parlit kit katabring miktigun tayo na habang niyanang mata tabra tayo na takit na agalaguting pihuk taming nyik pilyarut nunakput kulik sa ko na apakirutakilaw tabra kavamat na tabra lutay na ing miktigun akilitaklo kavamat ko tabra ikayok takrakagalawa na waptik ko na atokrang na kinyaranik na tabra ko na tabra tayo na kanok tamat ko kinyaratin na atokrating na ilan hemin nguraklugit atokakigait kaya nakpak River South me kaya nak tabra na apakirutakilaw kiya ilihimaroy tabra ikolak paraktogut tabra tamat ko na piakluk ta piakay tamat ko pulak takawit tao kikolak luwit tabra ko tabra tayo na tamat ko utimuk to akribat tamat ko habaw takrabut 23-24 me tabra tap ko na 24-25 me tabra tamat ko idlaki mararugud tamat ko nga atokhanik River South kaya nak kanawlo tabra tamat ko na tabra lutay na tinagalan hekaw may tsak papiak tuwak tamat ko nga akihuronik atuting tabra ni tulak na pulak tawing me tabra lutay na tamat ko ilihimagihit tayo na tinagalan pulak takuro dinyuit takpawang pulak takto inyuekto taglan tabatut kekal ni ako ting isanganik isumaluk to nga pangmapak tabralo tayo na ilokatik malrok huli tabrani tayo na munakrirok na pulak takto malrong nigpakaktugot kaya nak 22-23 kingubaw tinganik pakakto nga tap ko tabra kapitin na pang mapagpililayt kibut agalan na ilangit tamat ko at pirakrabut kingubaktut kingubatikutihan piliyagibut Tawag na kanok tamat ko at sumalugibot daw itkagihugibot tamat ko at pulagtak na aktot. Kay taman na tikit kakilin man kundi pulagtak wik. Kaya naka. Here South. Tapkop tawra kanito nagalan ikualak to na hakamatsak para atigut Inuvialuktun kanok tamatkot pulak tawit nagalunin alat matkoa matkoa hulakauti butu pinakami 278,000 dun. Tamat ko din na pulagtak dot. $25 $4,428,000 dun kinara ni katularit. Tamatama tayo makat. Kaya nakpag Allah ni isak kayok pitsa ikayok tikrakanik. Minihita ko na kinaranik mo na krihurok.
Please introduce your witness for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair. I now have the pleasure of introducing Gary Brennan. He's the Assistant Deputy Minister for Regional Operations for Infrastructure.
Welcome. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Infrastructure, which begins on page 55. We will defer the departmental totals and review the estimates by activity. Beginning on page 56 with asset management, with information items on page 57 and 58. Do you have any questions or comments? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I just wanted to note again that something I had said in the opening remarks for the capital estimates is that we see a lot of 100% dollars this time around in the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Plan, which is a huge chunk of these large capital projects that are $82 million here. So that being said, it's great to see that this is not, even though it's an $82 million sum, the majority of it is not our money, which is great. It's going to be an influx into our territory and our communities, which is sorely needed. When I look at all the highway reconstruction jobs that are going on, again, the only one that's not at 100% funded is Highway 10, which is at 75, which isn't too bad either. I guess just to get into some of the details of this, I'm really quite concerned given our summer and my statement the other day about climate change and our lack of preparedness. I'm seeing that the Fort Simpson liquefied natural gas plant is in here, and it's only at $500,000 right now. Am I in the right spot or am I in the wrong spot? I think I'm in the wrong spot. Oh, you know what? Sorry, I'm in the wrong spot for that one. My apologies. Sorry, I'll go back to the Frank Channel Bridge.
Frank Channel Bridge na kakal lang niya. Tam na Frank Channel Bridge huba kanok pa about the river drone nagalunin tayo makpat. Mr. Brennan. Kuya nak. Tam na habang naka-engineer no ka habak pang nika habagurot. Kanya habang nakpa engineer nik tayo hugay tapkot habak pang nik associated engineering tapko about the kanya linya tam na Frank Bridge tamna kano nek parung tamna havak pak havak pangnik tap kot Frank Bridge nagalunin di Piersnik ukot daw ka havak para kalok tot ukot ukto nak project nik tayo hugay ukot kanok 1971 mi isengun nga kalok tot aglan ukot pingahut kanok culverts nik tayo hugay tap kot apkodit tutkik haklugit ukot kanok tutkik haklugit tap kot apkodak pay kanok tap kot tam naptok bridge nik tayo hugay tayo na apkote imakwakote kanok parung tamna $3.5 million, 25 million. Dabra tonak tam na tutkik kaganak luit tap kot apkodak pait kanok tam na apkodak pak bridge nik tay hugay tam na apkoti imagwa kanak apkodak pak tabra Habaw tarigaloa tam na Frank Bridge nik tay hugay tam na apkodak pait imakun kanok habaw tarig vajung tay na tam na tutkik karne nagaluntit habaw tarig nak kanok habang niyang mata tap ko at kanok apkodak pait tutkik kaganak luit kanok nek pat kanok nek parung tam na habaw takanek parung huli kanok pinyak pat kanok nek patam na habang nek parung nagalunin itkangin nek parung kanok itkay kalwakat aglan habaw tangit kathulo habang kathuli kota kanok nek pataw kanok habaw tang nek parung tayo na kanok tutqikkaarniarparung taamna qanoqqa habautaqaniarparung taanna taamna Frank Birchnick ta itqagiligitkaat qanoqniarparung agilaan habautaqingitkaat huli itqagi hinniarlugu Tulitami hamnaptaaq havaqpait piniarpat qanoqqa uniarpat taaptumuna huvat havaqpaat naagaluuniin havangitpaat healthcare center taaq taamna nakintuat taap pulaarvingat taamna qanoqqa havauttaqivadrung adaki pingitkaat huli taapkuat qanoq taamna qanorleqa havangmata tautungitkiga huli qanorniartuat ukuat nunaptigni qanoq havaktuat tautungitkiga huli taamna Deicho Bridge mik qanoqqa isuaqqiniarparung qanoq tutqikkaarniarparung ukuat qanoqpiniarparung humi naatsiniarpat qiinaq taamna ihumagigaat huli qanorniartilaangat qanorniarpat Deicho Bridge mik qanorniarpat taapkuat tauqa qanoqqa isuaqqiniarparung taamna imaqqa imaum tabra taamna apqutaq tapkot hikut tamna hikut tapkot apkotit
Beyond my skill, I'll turn that to Mr. Brennan, please.
ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so there was some erosion of the banks last year with the ice there, and it was noted.
ukotaka ikwir ukir tapkot about tarigalok rat kanwak tamna apkodi tutkikkarnearlu hikut tabra
And have they been to the community yet? What's the expected timeline for?
hekomit nermajung tamna hikok paite kanok tutkikkarnearpajung tamna apkodi kanok ukiupak tutkikkarnearaloarat aglan hulipingitchut teichomi kuyanak ukotak capital budget nik tayo right paning nik angironik havaktot kanok hibun mun awla nakiwalaga tiwut kanok pinyakpat kanok hibun mun nyakpat tapkot havait nachinagalortut aglan kanok kanokle kahavang niak luting pinyak nachiniak luting havak paragalortut aglan hibun munawlaniak lutin kiyanak mampui unatabra ikarvik pak ukautiglang nalitiga kihut kihunun tabra tuktitalit katamna kihunun habang neaktilaksanga ukununga ingmiktigun habakaktotigun kayanak mnyetak kayanak 24-25 me taptumane hibunne wakatikrami ittok ukiupakahin 24-25 me tabertam na hibunne wakatiginyakiput
In front of me, if she'd like a month like
tapko tabra allangok pata kalari tabra na 23-24 me 24-25 tabertam na idlakanyak tugud idlakanyak huta hibunne wakatiginyakiput tamna nakin tapkot tamatkot tamatkot uyakaurat nagalunin alakarakpait kanok tamatkoloy na okomait chuatin na uyakakpait kanok tamat kot ato kay matigit tamat tay na nakintaw kek to ka matigit tamat kot. Kihut tamat kot tay na habang nekangata ilihimakigat. Nakin taw kek kornek tilag ramingnik. Suamik. Tabrap tap kotin na ilihimaki kanolo tamat kotin na mikti utok hawamik tap tuminga akimarot na tam nalo na klitchomiut ilitsorep kane arebut nagalunin o kakatigak kaluit tabretam na isagutiniak padung ilitsoraniak tugut naging tao kornek tilag sangit kuyanakpak tam naptaw ka ikakabikpak ikaron tam na tutkikane kangat tabalutay na tamani inuiak tot tabrang miktang ta habak kramingnik habak ibaklakanyangit chut tabrani habak parakirut klitchom mitot tabrani tay na kanok gamati tabalutay maptak ingmik gamati min na ataramik apkotek pangmik atulanenganik apkotek pakamut upinakami ukiumi tamatkunani atokramik ataramik tabalutay na tabra angaw tiro kukuak kanok atokniak tilakrang tam na nagalunin kanok hawang niak tilakraming ni kukautigimik kangat may miim mapinakak.
The Clecho region or the Montfrey riding I can summarize, they're getting
$36.5 million yung tabertap ko dahil na tinagalan kinaranik ay chonelit kahit habaw takrangin tabertam na kanok abiktuaning analugigaglan pangmapak Klitchomin inuit tabrani tabra tap ko ilitsore guma ilitsore kahalit kita tabralo una tabra 10% tun mampremo tamat ko atokonalit kay tamat ko nga ikakoti tigun habaw takit kabulugo ikakoti tamat ko kuyanak ilihimarunga tabra tamat ko na Clito region Clichumi tamat ko region nikpirakagay ting miktigutaw iniligitap tuminga Clichumik tabra tamat ko Inuvialuktun ing miktigun habaligit tamat ko di mikirurat angiruat tamat ko kanyak toake magibot tamat ko mikirurat ni na kinyaranik na tokranik tamat ko humong niak tilak sangit ilitsakilyaw lunga 36 million kanok tam na tabra habaw takrak tayo na tunagalan kinyaranik ko na arang isok kiinarang atuakrangat. Tamat ko tabrali tsakallaw lunga namun hanok taman na kinarak pag 36 million 5. Tun tam na kanito nagalan namun atoniak parung tabralo tayo na ilit tsakallaw hanyaklunga mikirura nagilo ang iro nagilo kaktutin. Tabraptak tamat ko tabralo tayo na tamat ko na abik to akimakigat tamat ko nung apulak tawin yun ikakoti nun ilokain yun tabra tap ko tabra ni katima ringi ha na kanolo ato ni aktilakrangan ni tap tuma ilitsaka tagut. Ilitsaka niya kabutaw ka kihuti langit tamat ko ring miktigun habalgit habagurot. Tabataw ka tamat ko di langit ing miktigun habalgit habagtot ato ko migay na kuyanak pak. Umani kanok tamat ko ato ko na aktilakrang itabra ta klitro itin tabra ni itpan. Ati nga itpan tabra ni kuyanak to nga. Trinity walite tabra una ilagi miga una. North Slave min abitsuk kalwak tuguk. Waptik ko na hitay maklitso. Klitso min tabra waptik ko tayo naptak ang alatsil larunga. Kuyanak. Pero tamat ko din 83,585,000 dollars dito. Apasuta kakpat Yellowknife Northman. Kuyanak. Tabra tamat ko din na ilimaronik tabra tak na ni habang niakto Inuvialuktun. Inuvialuktun tamat ko nga na ni habang niakto ni nagalo na ilimaronik engineer ni pirakigay tamat ko ilimakpaktod namun kanolo ato tikranganik tamat ko nung naptingnik humunla kailot taman ko ilokay ni katawlugit tamat ilitsura niya kimagait ilihiman niya ako urut. Pag mapagtabertam na tabertam na nalukay huktung aptok dahil na 24-35 tap to mani hibun niya ako tikrakput nalukay. Tabertam na 2 billion tun kanok tam na ito na yakpo. Over kulawlu at tawlugong itsunga. Tabela ka dahil ka marugot kanok tabertay na. Tabertak tayo na matkot inakawak takrautit. Nakawak nilat nakaluni tabrona kinyawanikit na tabraluni tabra nalupkinyak toakariga giga taptuma kinyawanik munakarirom tabra ilihima hupiaktunga ilihima hupiaktunga nalingi na ila ni tamat kodit na tay na tabra tabra tay na tamat kodit na tay na hinika tabra tay na atawimi hilakan ay pani tap kodit lichore tamat kodit lichore niyak togut kanok ikikliyak tangit tamat kod huamatit.
An analysis of the potential mining needs for the entire region. I think people sometimes presume this is for Slave Geologic only, but it does go far beyond that. I know that NTPC have already entered into MOU agreements with Pine Point, and I believe with Norzinc, although I could stand to be corrected about that, but are also in discussions with some of the other mines in and around in the South Slave, but also then through the North Slave, and again, not only with respect to Slave Geologic, but also with respect to some of the gold mines and gold projects, examples being, Nighthawk, for instance. There are similarly interest of late, the mining project, and I don't have it in front of me, I'm forgetting the name, just outside Yellowknife, a gold project, and then also the lithium companies that have been coming in and looking in and around Yellowknife. So the challenge that we do get into, Madam Chair, and I think, if I may, 30 years ago got into is, do you build it and then hope that someone, will buy?
Ilip kuntam na ilikakalugo tay na hitabra tap te mga ilichakalutin kanok angalan ni tilanga nganik nagalunin kanok awla tilanga nik tap te ma ilikirakanin tabralu tay na ilakwaak toktam na hilam awl angalatakaga tabra ilihimarugut tay na tunagalan tamat kodi na akinritsut akihurut ay na napainyak to tamat kuninga tabra tok malong niktay na kuyanak tabra tap kodi ilihimagit ka tabra ilo mat kuninga tabra narap kayo piak to kanok tamat koda to niyak tilakang kinyawanig ma unaminitak tabra tamat kod katimarakaktut tamat kuninga ilitsurañak tanik nagalunin ilihimarakaktut tamat kuninga GNWT tawak tabra ikayutirak tap kod tabra ilokatatay na tamat kop tak tabra na tutkok hemane kiga una aglan tamat kod ilitsure kai hung miunga inyong nun inuit ilokain yun ilihimat ko ikaw na payrakrap tingnik nagalunin na payranik tabra tak tamat kod muna kaya krabot hingmiktiun nunakaktot tamat kod ukauti katigaka lubit tamat kod pilay kibut malong nikit na allagingnik taap kuninga atullarut Koyanakpak Yellowknife North Koyanak Tabrona Ilokainik Inuit Kanutun tamkot kanutun akihuniakpat Huamati tait na ilyakenik tunitam tait na hinik kanutun agalan akihuniakpat tagalunin kanutun ilokatingin na akiliragakaniakpat ikisliniakpat amna huamatin kuyanakpak Mr. Brennan kuyanak $3.5 million atokoniaktilaakrang ataptiminga tabraukot ilihimarungat tauk tabra kanutunagalan tait natunagalan tabra tait natunagalan kinyaranik atokoniaktilaakraptingnik ilihimarunga tabra kanutunagalan akihuniaktilaakrang ataptima ilihimapita kuyanak tabra tait na ilihimapiakaloanago ilihimapiangittiawam haamniinerit kaloaqtillugu ilihimarakaratka agalan tabra taamna nalukkigia hulipang pangmapak tabra upwa una habakrakhe kinyarat tihanik pianik kuptigi tabra tait na isagutia hakpata ilihima tamat kuninga kinyaranik kan atokoniaktilaakraptingnik ilihimarunga Mikirotchemi kuna apikupa apakiruttakawit apakiruttakit tabra ilihimahung naktut kanutunagalalaki akihuniaktilaakrang mattuma tabra kanutunagalan taamna kinyaranik atokoniaktilaakramin tabra tamatkot kutsiktooni kavamaurut kinyaranik aitchokoniakpatigut tapkot tabra ilokata tait na ilokainik matkot ataulugit ingmittigun kavamaligit naagalunin allanik allakun na inyuniaqtuat allanik na uvani kavamauruagut inyugiaktugut maani kavamakaqtuagut tait natunagala tabra ilihimarugut tait natun tamatkotit na pangmapak nalukkihuktungai kanukkitila kanutun agalan tamatkot tabra taimaakamallangniartugut kuyanak taimaakamallangnialgitsugut
Back to order, committee. We are on infrastructure, energy, and strategic initiatives.
Great Slaveman. Kuyanak. Tarakot. Taralu LNG matkot. Tamatkot namun nunak patigit tamatkot okrokorot. Kanakit pa ukuak. Kanak pa ukuak na lagi pak. Kuyanak. Kuyanak. Tarakot. Taranalap kahok tuut pamapak. Ilokang nitap ko kawaw takanya kaptigit. Tap ko tabra LNG na kinaraka ato harap ting ni kinaraka kalak tuut. Great slave me. Tabra ko tap tabra ni allagik tukukuak kanok okahirikap ko allakun na kula amikan.
Thank you.
ADM banin tam na kiulang niya 2022 mi. Tabra ni okaw tigil lang mi ka. Kuyanak. Tabra tam na kanok nalap kay ho tiangit kalawak tunga aglan tam na tuha himang nakaka tabra ni kanok itilang itap tuma tabra lo taman na ulak paurak tak tuak nagalunin matuma hilap taal langok tak tuam na tamat ko na himau haktak titakpaw.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Una kiulam tabra na tap tu tiup kalang niarik pintap kuya nakakakte tabra lo tait na tabra lo tapot okayalo kabut okorokoro tigun kuya nakakakte tabra tak tam na kangak kisarang naktunga taptu mo ninga okaktotin IPAC 22-23 mi. Tabra lo tait na tamat ko tait na utok kanik atok pihi tamat ko tutkikane akafigit nagalunin nutanik na hawaw takranik atok pihi. Kuyanak. Great slave me. Tabra tam na kanyang naktaktabrong aglan. Tait na lo tabra ilihima ro tamat ko nga awaw tanik. Tait na lo na allango revlugo ila ni habaw tak regalo aklugo allango karigat tamanna oqroqoruaq immauherniaqamillum tavalu tamatkuat taamna Fort Simpson mi tamatkuat atoq uuktoqartangit hunik atoqniartila qanuhinikka atoqniartilaagrangillihimavihit qiinarpak tava Northwest Territories ni ikaaqqaarlugumanna kiullagaluaritka agalaan tamatkuatit na taamna napaqaniarmarrungit tamanna illuatun piuklugu illuatun peqqaarnagu tava tamanna na hialaikkiga qanuherautikrangat qanorlu tamanna qutsikkiviuting hunaleqa qutsikkiviuni akiorruni akihupeaarruni tamatkuat hularautikrat akitsorpaillugit tavaillaanni hapeqerartittarigaatigu tamattuma qiyanaq Great Slave Mean qiyanaq tava tamatkuat tauduk tava tamatkuatit na qiniartuaqimavagit hilam аллангортакканги таматкуат апқутерпait налуи сисуларартуат нунат $100 million таматкуат киинараник аторартуттайт натаматкуатут қиккараниақамитигит тавалутайна киинарахарапта таватаманна 2012 mi taudu kimagit katamatkot. Tawatamatkot tawkit na katagartuat ing mi nauroting mi tamani nunami ing miktiun. Tawatamatkot katagartuat taudu kimagit ka. Tabrawagutin na sisabadi ukiuni tabrtapkuatin na nuktangitsut qanoqallangortangitsut tabrtait nahulittut qiyanaq qoqarti
I want to thank
Ura Yellowknife North tabra oqaqamantaiko tamna imakun hoangaraqpagnik aullati kuat tabra tamna capital budget nik tahugait maningnik angiraqpagnik qanoq havauttari naq tapkot qanoq havauttariarpati tapkot pingahunik tapkot havangnaqanik qanoq piñiarpat qanoq havangniarpat taina qanoq taamna housing tabra qanoq havaaqpak housing nik qanoq taamna havaaqpak taamna iglunik aullatit qiyanaq Una tulang niartut ADM Brennan. Kuyanak. Primly. Hanutun maning nika atok pat government makwa ubani 9 million tun 9 million tun hamma atok tot tam na kanok pinyak parung nanyak parung nangalunin havak havang nyak parung tam na kanok humida nanyak parung tap ko ta kanok havaw tayo galawakat environmental project nik tayo hugay tukot kanok kanok laka habang niyaklu kanok isok niyaklu it havak pagtot havak paitay na kanok pinyaklu it ukot kanok Kemil kaklu tayo na habang nakalawak to kaglan pilay chut. Ukwat government magwa habang mata tayo na nakungit kalawak to. Hoka kemil pat kanok ikakaklu nunakput. Four years nik tabra habaw tayo galawakat kanok tap ko tak tut nakungit tut kanok tap ko kanok tutunik ukakamata nakungit kalawak tut kanok pinyak tot. Kanok pinyak tot tap kot apkodak pang Mackenzie Valley Highway tayo tam na apkodak pa. Kanok niyak pat kanok habang niyak patay niya. Kot kanok kanok habang niyak pat tayo na kot kemil Kamilariorniak parjung taina kanok tap kunanik kanok havangniak tuat kanok havangitchat kanok leka isakutimatan tamna humiglaka isakutimata taimaklu pianik niaklu pianik nagaluaqtut qanorleka havang matataina nakungit kaluaqtoq kuinak tamna inuvike part apkodak paita tingmiralu ita apkodak pangita inuving maiksub ko me okarilang na ka kihuta maningnik humin pivot federal government ni Mr. Brennan. I've got maningnik pigalok to 75% tun tam na igilungat 75% tun tam na apkodak pangat. Kanok habaw takibarong pianing niak parung nagalunin pianing it patuli kanok havak pat havak kalok tu taina nan niak luit tabra nan niak valukat kanok tamna apkodak pa tingmiralong no havak tuli tihut havak pat engineer nik tai hugay tap kot havak pangnik pihurot kanok GTC and IRC tap kot nunangat kanok tap kot havak tutay na tauchikun tap kot kavamalo Kuya 80% in hamma tapkot havagalok to tapkot tamani havang nakot GTC IRC tauchikun havang nakot kanokan nachiniak liting kanorleka tutkikarniak lugit tapkot tapkot NTPC nika taihugay tapkot kanoka hava unyakot taina aglan kanoka tapkot kanok pinyarna parung tamna kanok havakpak tamna kanok tapkot tapkununa kanok kanok havangniak parung tamna nanniak parung nagaluni nannengit kata huli aglan hava utarigat kanok tapkot habagparakam kanok pinyaktot kot kanok 14 hippanika ukini habau taigaloaka tabra kanok 2020 mi tabra tautu kaloaka kanok habang nakparing kanok tain aglan ublupak pingichutuli 2023 kanok kanonek patabra kanok laka habang nek luting tapkot inyu takpavang kaiv luting mga habang nek luting kuyanak Himmerniaraite ikajortingit.
Minister, would you please, oh, sorry. Welcome back, Ms. Melanson. All right, so members, we are now considering the Department of Justice, which begins on page 64. We will defer the departmental totals and review the estimates by activity summary beginning on page 65 with corrections, with information items on page 66. Department of Justice, Corrections, Infrastructure Investments, $780,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Turn next to page 67 for Court Services with information items on page 68. Department of Justice, Court Services, Infrastructure Investments, $700,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, members. Please return now to the departmental total found on page 64. Department of Justice, 2024-2025. Capital estimates, $1,480,000. Does committee agree? Does committee agree that consideration of the Department of Justice is now complete? Thank you, committee. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs. Minister, did you need to change your witnesses for this department?
Thank you.
This department begins on page 70. We will defer the departmental totals and review the estimates by activity summary beginning on page 71 with community operations with information on page 72. Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Community Operations, Infrastructure Investments, $22 million, $201,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Please, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can someone just explain?
Hawk tam na 22 million tun it but kanok
This is, if you all think back to the time when we talked about a change in accounting treatment, here it is in real.
himma her matatap ko ta maningnik kanok pinyak patay na.
on page 77. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I always find when we start looking at the housing
Got kanok tawtug to mat tawtug to kapti tap got kanok
Please escort the witness out.
sikayok tini himmer ne right. Before they himmer.
Minister, would you please introduce your witness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have Mr. Jim Martin.
Jim Martin taber kayok tiga. Housing Services, Northwest Territories. Cam Lake minya okaranek to. Kanok tap got manit tawtug to mating. Mani nunapting ni it kanok kautigap tigit kanok $35 million and hamma got kanok 136 tun kan ugly rock 136 million tun ugly rock 55 million min. Kanok tuk tomati kanok tap got money kanong matatap got tautu kalorit kanok maning ni kanok atomata tautu kalorneria kanok lek. Kanok habang niyak patay na kuat atorlu tam na $13 million dun. Manikrafaren patay tap ko bagut manikrafaren patigit kanok tap na iglunik habang niyak tot kanok manikrafaren patigit ko tap got housing ni habak tot. Kanok tap got ninapting ni Northwest Territories mid tap got iglunik kakamata kanok nakpat Mr. Martin ina kill lang nakpak kaya nak manifakak tu tama iglunik habak to atay 43 million tun hama ugly rock kanok iglunik habak to kanokiluni kavakto tabra tam na manit agli 43 million tun. Tap kot tangung ichot kabamangit kanok maning nika pinyakot federal government Canada government ay pinyakot tap kununa tangung ichot kabamalgit. Taiku kadok tap kot manining bata tap kot tangung ichot kabamalgit tap taber taiku parak. Taiku tautulagait Inuit time kakiharakun kanoleka tautulagait. Government mga nagalunin federal government Canada government kanoka tap maning ni kay chiligin yakot. Kanoka tap got public housing units nika taihuga tap got igluta atok Inuit ato guide tap got public housing kanok kanutun hamma kanok maning nika kait federal government kaichi huru tu ubunga government mga wagok dap got tangung ichot government atonek right. $186 kanok tap got tutkikarnek luit iglunik tutkikainek luit tabra taina atulginyak kot kanok igluit kaffit igluit atonak tot kanok kanutun atungitchot iglunik hunekpat tap got
We certainly can provide that if you don't have it handy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. According to a recent report, we have about 58 units that are vacant and now ready for occupancy. So they're in the process of being filled as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So will this influx of $13 million and major retrofits reduce the wait time?
tap got iglut atungitchot kaffit kuyanak.
I'd like to hear it from housing because I'm not going to make assumptions on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Tabakot kiulang niya kayo na tamat ko nga apakriraktonan. Tamat ko na kalamik na kiulalu. Tabaw na tabab ta ko 100 ton igilut nagalo ni kihut utak hebat igilu kraminyik. Imalo tamat ko na kanok Mr. Martin. Kiulang na ako na akaw tabra 300 ton tabra igilunik tamani Northwest Territories ni igilokaktut. Tabra tamat ko na tutrikaner luit. Ilangit tutrikaner tat igilut tay nakoting Inuit chut. Nunakput. Tabra ta ko tabra tamat ko CMHC. Tabra kanyak to kami tigi tamat ko. Tabra tay na to naglani na akihu hilay chut tamat ko digilungit. Tabra tay na tabra tamat ko na igilunik tuat. Kuyanak. Kuyanak kakte. Tabra na Mr. Martin man pilang niya. Tabra tam na CMHC 2021 25 million tun. Tabra tamat ko igluchanon ilihukluit. 55 million tun tawak tabra tapon tamat ko atul lahib liwit pigay. Kuyanak. Nunakput. Tabraw na CMHC. Tabraw tamat ko at kihut. Kanatun ilingita territorial kawamangiha. Mani ingmiktiun kawamalidukot. Tamat ko na kaya matkod napay na dyan napay niya kaningit tamani apasutakad lakataptuma. Tabalaptak tamat ko na ilitsakaraktut nalingit tayo nito naglan igilunik napay niya tilakramingik ilitsakaraktut. Inawadlan ni Melegurot. Ta, ukalaw tirakigatikot. Kanito naglan igilunik napay niya tilakramingik. CMHC. Tabra tayo na ito naglan kinawranik ay chokniak nibluta tuharunga. Inuvialuktun tabra na inyalat nutakat. Tabra akanaw takaktut ang utaw takaktut tabra 15 tun kaya kinuit tabra ni Inuvialuktun tataw himi igilumi ilang editut. Tam na tabra 100 tun igilunik nappainiaqa nivluting piut. Tuturaktuaq 176,000 170 100 tun tainat nagalan tamat kotina igilunik tamat kuninga nappainiaqa nivluit piguma tabraptoq CMSC igilulaqirit una igilulaqiruat matkuat kea tamatkuat igilulaqirit atanneqqorpatigit qinak tabrakuat tabralu tamat kuninga kiguutikraitunga.
So what I'd suggest, I can certainly turn it back. There's 5 minutes to Mr. Martin to try.
Pamna tabra kanok kiguutikraitunga pangmapak aglan kingubatigun na kiguuteqqaqirunga ilitsoqanikkumaqqanutun aglan kanok angalatsiummagaita naagaluni kihut kihunut pitilaangit tamatkuat naagaluni atanneqqortilaangit ilitsoqip kaillangniartungu taaptumnga tabraptaaq taapkuat tabralu taapkuat na kiguutigillaktugut iloqata nunakput qiinaq tabraptauq matkuat na matkuat qutsiktuani federal government ikpilaqayat qutsiktuani kavamauruat uqaaqtut tabram natunagalan aitsuuniartugut kiiñaarani kiñugiaktuani kiiñaaraqpagnik aitsuuniarippi tabraptauq taamna qimileriuqutiriqqaarlugu ilitsoqiniaruta tabrat paulatuumi 22 iglunik nappailgitsut tallimaligluuni hama saaksarpami kaahungmi natsi itna nappailgitsut taitna oqaraaluarartut tuttuurartuumi imalrung atauhumigluuni tabrailoqating tamatkuati naigilulaqiruatigun tabrataitna tabra 64 million tun piniaranivluting pigaloarigaati CMHC taitna tunagalan tabra tamatkuati na avittuarlu pilaqavatigit tabra taitna tunagalan matkuat kavamauruagut maani nunaptingni naangalatsiruagutuvani tabra iñugiaktut matkuat nutaqqat itna iñuvingmuartut illangit tabravagut kavamauruagut tabra taamna naatsiaqiliitsugut tabra tamatkuat igilulaqiruani na allango na himmauherlugit taitna tamatkuati tutqiqqarayaarivut tamatkuati na himmauhertaruptigit naagaluunin allanikki naangalatsirinik pigupta iñuvingmittauq taitna igiloqanginmiut kihut tabra taapkuat tabra tamatkuati naallangorniaqait taaptuma minihitatsiaqupta naagaluuni taaptuma minihitapta pangmapak ilaata tamatkuat allangortaqaniaqait himmauhertaqaniaqait ingmigun Malong ni kungi. Taba tait na inyugekto tait na igilunun isak tuni ilan ni tamat kununga isak tuni tait na natingiti na ayangaro atun iluting tait na tamat kuat na pisikatak tuni taba igilungan taba tait na tamat kunani tamat kutait na igilunun isakaktunga taba tait na ilokata tait na waptikun taba minihita mumapingit kalwakatit CMHC taba tamat kuat taba lu tait na kaya parlit kikpin taba igilulakirani minihita kawit kaya nakpat Trinidad wala daming
Fill up as well. I mean, it's a 2024-25 capital estimates budget.
2024-25. Tabar nakin tabar awlaki nakata ko ma nalup kahugtunga. Iglulaki rotigun. Tabar tapte ma na kinyawanik ka munakriruam ukuat tait na ingmi ptak tamat kuat langulamigait. Tabar tait na kayo akoptigo nagaluni litsorep kay rakakota tamat kuninga kanohitilangin nik igluptingnik tabar litsorep kay rakatakopta tamataptuma minihitawra malangornakay simmakakakay igilulakiritigun. $247 million tun tamat kuat 74 million tuluni tabar tait na tunagalan ato ko na yaligit chut igilulakirit tabar igilut chenik tau dungit chut they could have taken just these right here. Where's yours? You got yours?
I just got to
You got yours.
I couldn't do that.
Tapte mo tabra 60 million tun 60 million tun tabra tap ko to kakalo tut nami. Kaba mauro to ko tait na tabra pip kaktura piaktut. Pip kaktura piaktut nami tamat ko nga ato amin tabra waptikun tamat kot angalat kuptigit na kulka waluktok takpawanga kinyaranikin na ay chui hak takopta ay chui rak pata kawamat kutsik to ni itot tamat kuningay na tabraptak tamat kodit na tabra tait na tabra ataramik tait na kinyaranik pihuktak tut ataramik tabra ingmik tiutak igiluligit igingtigun tamat kuninga na tabra inyugektotit na allangok patamat koti malaka akapirit ilokatingi na nutau patatabra nutau rot tamat kot hawak paura kakirut tabra tait na atarami tuhakami tabra tamat kotin na ataramik tait na tuharak tunga ataramik tamat ko ng hibulek tuiraning tamat ko ng inyong mingnik chief nik pinakagay tabra hibulek tuan nalaw chinyak tuan. Tabra tak kuatin na. Tabra ilokatay na ataw chikun hawak dollar rupta na kulhagayaktok.
To 4 o'clock. So
but yet we hide behind policies. Maybe it's time that we really review the whole government. That should be the mandate. We talk about consensus government. Today I heard consensus government a few times. I've made notes here. When I see this, and then I see that we don't go into the communities and engage with the community government on what their needs are. You know, we need ambulances in the community, and so on. We need a lot of stuff. But it's not my community is not on here. So when they talk about $2.2 billion budget, I get less than 0.5% of that budget. You know, shame on this government. So anyway, I just wanted to make those comments because as a MLA sitting here for a year and a half, I've been asking stuff from my community. It goes on to deaf ears. I was told that the train left. You want stuff for your community? Put it in a suitcase and throw it on the train. But the train's moving, it just bounces off. So anyway, we got big problems coming up. And we're broke. This is not a joke. This fire here, we should learn from it. But I think going forward, I'm to the point now where I want to introduce a motion to call for an independent review of that fire. And we're going to look at how we're going to do it. We're going to talk about that next week. But we got to hold this government to account, and to me, it's not consensus government. Not the way it's been working. So, Madam Chair, I sat here, I listened to everybody today. I've been watching, listening, and I'm a little bit frustrated because, again, here I am, I'm going to be asked to vote on this budget. And how could I vote on it if I get less than 0.5% for my community? We got a big problem with mental health in our community. Alcohol, drugs. Where are the RCMP? I asked again, you know, where are they? You know, we buy a service, but yet at the same time, they don't even come out. And in our own community, they just come out at certain times, drive around, that's it. So overall, you know, we got to figure out how we can fix these problems we're having. Anyway, Madam Chair, I just want to say those comments. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Tunare-Willett. Member for Great Slave. Sorry,
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. No problem. I just wanted to first reiterate a bit what my colleague for Cam Lake said regarding the way that this is all presented to me. Whenever I look at the housing budgets, I'm always wondering, like, well, where are the houses? You know, I keep hearing for 4 years, we've built this, we've built that, and all of this. So then I looked at this that we have, and it's all this 13 million is just retrofits and a bit of like some boiler stuff. Now, that being said, I have since then heard the Assistant Deputy Minister make the comment that the 100 units will be completed as of this year. So that makes me ask, well, why are we not building more in the upcoming year? To me, it seems really strange that we would go an entire year without constructing any units or even starting on the construction of any units, given that we are in such a major deficit to the point where, like, my plans after this, if I'm not successful, is to run away and rent my house. So it's actually becoming quite lucrative now to become almost these little sort of mini landlords and such, and live yourself in one room of your house and rent the rest of it out. So that being said, can the minister or the department confirm that there will be no building of any units for the Housing Corp in 2024-25? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I did just want to note the promise of 100 new units in the life of this Assembly will be realized by the end of the current fiscal year of 23-24. With respect to 24-25, sorry, and I actually realize I'm looking at 23-24. Let me take that to Mr. Martin to detail. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The proposed 24-25 capital plan at this time, the 13.47 million, it does include a few components here, but it does include 4 public housing replacement projects. So that's just 4 units being constructed. But we did want to highlight that the current revised capital estimates of 136 million for this year, that does include about 70% of federal funding that has been received over the last couple of years to help support the multi-unit delivery of our projects. And for 24-25, we have yet to receive and hope to receive additional federal funding to put towards additional builds in 24-25. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, again, this comes back to the point that my colleague was making, that the communication out of this department is terrible. There is, the way things are presented to us, it's been impossible to figure out where things have actually been built and been constructed. I repeatedly have asked at times for updates for units in my own riding, and then to be surprised when an announcement is made with the federal government that, the Aspen Apartments is going to become public housing units, and I've had no update, even though I'd been asking for 6 months what was happening there. So it's kind of frustrating to sit here and we ask questions, and then the responses are coming back to us, well, there's all this other stuff, and sort of this, don't you know all about all of this? Because we've been sending you these things over the last 4 years. However, it just goes to show that there is no real attempt to ensure that people on this side of the House understand where things are going. And so if we have to go and tease out every single little thing from the department to figure out where things are going, what's being built, then this as an informational item and the communication from the department has failed. I still sit here at the end of 4 years, and I'm on the committee that deals with housing, and I still could not tell you where units were built. I have been asking since last year when people would be moving into the Nordic Arms, which I'm assuming is part of maybe either this major retrofit Yellowknife or whatever, but my constituent that was promised that she was going to move there has been strung along now for 6 or 7 months on that, as her son is continuously still exposed to crack smoke at Norseman Apartments. I do want to thank the department and the minister for listening, at least, and installing better security options when I did come to them 2 years ago. But the issue I have here too is that we hear from this department saying that there is, so many 300 units that are on M&I, and I know that's their acronym for things that are being retrofitted and fixed up. But I have to wonder, how robust is their assessment for the units that are remaining? So yes, they tell us, well, we've got 300 that we're working on, but who's to say that another one of 1,000 of these 2,700 units are in dire need of repair, and it's a department that's just choosing to not assess that. I hear constantly communications about things with mold and issues in all of our things. The department, when I ask them why there's a window boarded up next to their unit, can't answer. And to me, that's concerning, because if you know even the basics of building science, you know that what happens in one unit affects the next unit. But this shows the mentality of the department to only focus on their small pieces and to treat that in an infrastructure type manner and a fiscal manner instead of, like I said yesterday, acknowledging that they are a social department and that they need to be getting people housed. So I would like to ask, where is the assessment of the remaining units that are not on their retrofit or their I&M schedule? How far behind are they in looking at those units to ensure that they are habitable? And are they actually ever looking at the fact that they're liable for a lot of the health issues and that people in our territory are experiencing because they have not fixed these units? Thank you.
Thank you. Member, did you have any questions for the department? Or, sorry. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I caught it. I caught this one. Yeah, with respect to our assessment schedule, so there is an assessment schedule that is prepared year over year. We don't have the assessment schedule with us because that's not, I mean, again, I appreciate the connection to the capital estimates planning process, but I don't have the schedule that is for assessments for future years. I can certainly get my hands on it and provide it. That may also then, with that, we could probably speak to the rating and the risk assessment that goes in. So there's an assessment that is done, it's put through a risk assessment process that then allows for the decisions about which units are subject to retrofits and which ones wait for the next round of retrofits. So, and hopefully that will help to explain some of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the Minister's commitment. I would like to better understand the process through which the assessments are made, including any standard operating procedures that are given to assessors to use. I guess the last thing that I feel the need to comment on and is the conversation around the money that is going directly to Indigenous governments. And, you know, I've, again, sat here and listened time and time again to this Cabinet's talk about their great relationship with Indigenous governments, but then when push comes to shove and it's a time of actually sharing information, the Indigenous governments don't trust this department to share their information with them. So what does that tell you really about the actual work that's being done with the Indigenous governments? This is an area where nobody is disagreeing that it's important and it needs to be taken care of. It should be the one area where you think everybody would be on the same page. So I think it really speaks volumes to the distrust that Indigenous governments have for the Housing Corporation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I did want to know, I'm glad I have the chance. I said it was the working group. It actually does have a new name now. It's the Northwest Territories Housing Forum. And I'm not sure whether or not terms of reference can be shared. Obviously, we'd be only one seat at that table, but let me make that inquiry. And perhaps that again also can demonstrate the level of commitment between all of the parties at that forum and what they're attempting to do with that forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do hope that there will be some transparency with this group. I think that if there is a hesitancy to share and to allow MLAs to have a part in this, I think the Cabinet and the Minister could be pointing back to the good work that's been done through the Forest Act and really a collaborative effort. And that's where we should be moving with all of our work between that we do in this House, is to have that triangle piece that we often hear about where it is actually meaningfully be done, not where Cabinet sits as the go-between between the two and filters the information back and forth. I think a fulsome conversation with all three groups would be worthwhile. I just want to note that on my last comment is that this department, I think, really needs to get their communications under control. And I would suggest that they actually hire somebody that can facilitate these conversations and not this person that we ended up with that was supposed to administer all these projects that was just one employee, again, situated in headquarters. They need to have people, elders, Indigenous leaders in communities employed by them to be the facilitator and go-between between the housing clients who are traumatized and the LHOs and the LHAs, because they are not operating in a trauma-informed way. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further questions or comments from committee? Seeing no further questions. Oh, Member for Montfouet.
Okay, I have I see here there's major retrofit, 2 units for public housing. There's 2 in Bichico and 1 in Wati. And I said this morning too that, in all the Northwest Territories, I know there's housing crisis, and even in Bichico alone, we have a housing crisis where there's a family, it's not just this family, but there are other family, but this one has 7 kids, 7 children, age ranging from 13 years old to 1 year old that are homeless in my community. And we have lots of housing that need retrofit too as well. There's some houses that have been boarded up for over 10 years. And I just want to ask the minister or, the housing, I know she is a finance minister, but what is the housing is doing to trying to eliminate homelessness in small communities? It's not just my communities, there are other communities as well. And we do have one homeless shelter, and it's, we do have, we do need more houses to accommodate the homeless, because this homeless shelter that we have, it's being used a lot by the communities, and sometimes when it's full, what some of we notice that the homeless, the population do is that they go to jail. They go to the RCMP local station so that they can have a safe place to sleep. We do, this is like 2 retrofit and 1 in Wati. Wati also has the same problem as well. We do have a lot of family in that community that are waiting for housing. And for Klitschko region, with over 2,000 populations, I'm just saying over 2,000, Bichico is a little bit over 2,000, and Wati is like close to 600 now, since the road opened, all-season road. But we do need more housing. So I just want to know, what is this government what is this government doing? Can they commit to build more houses to accommodate and to eliminate the homelessness? I know it was Premier's portfolios before it was the housing issues, it was the housing responsibility, but now it got transferred to Premier's office. So I just want to ask the minister, what are they doing? Are they going to be building more houses anytime soon? This one is for 24, 25, that it's going to be completed in both communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have both the 23-24 and 24-25 plans in front of me. The 23-24 still does stretch into the coming few months before the turnover of the fiscal year. There are 5 new public housing units going into Bichico under the current fiscal year, and that is being done through the Klitschko Infrastructure Agreement. And then there were other additional major retrofits, both to Bichico as well as to Wati, 2 different units, 2 units going into Wati, again under the current fiscal year. Then we get into the present year, and that's where it is retrofits, not new units. But again, I know that some of those units, as we detailed earlier, are currently vacant. I don't know if the vacancy rates are in the Bichico and Wati units or elsewhere, but that may well be. More broadly speaking, though, Madam Chair, the question with respect to the homelessness strategy, that did go to EIA and to the Premier's office. Obviously, I think reflective, as I think the Premier has said, reflective of the importance and the placed upon that strategy, and then placed upon resolving and reaching a place where we can be at a place where there's not functionally, that we are past homelessness. So obviously that reflects the importance of it. It does need to continue to be implemented. It's only a few months old. There's a lot in there with everything at the spectrum of housing, from homelessness to transitional housing to folks who may be looking to move up. So I'm not in a position here at the capital planning table to speak to the homelessness strategy, but there's still a few days left to ask questions, certainly to all my colleagues, about the status of the homelessness strategy, and the implementation of that strategy will take more than a few months. It will take a lot of time. And as you will all recall, we, in the course of our main estimates, actually were able to put money to that homelessness strategy, so that it's more than just a plan. It is actually a plan with some dollars attached to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Montfouille, did you have any follow-up question?
Yes, thank you. Yes, there's 165 units that's being retrofitted and 3 in Clecho region, and with the highest population of all the or of the indigenous communities. I mean, that is a shame because it's really sad that, some of our homeless populations, when that warming shelter is at its capacity, that they walk over to the RCMP station and check themselves in. I mean, that's wrong, it is sad. It's really sad. I don't like that. So I just, yeah, and I know that she did say that there is some this past current fiscal year, but there were some houses that were supposed to be, there were some houses, new houses that were allocated in Pacheco and in Wati as well, but we haven't seen any of those houses. When are those houses going to be in the communities for families to move in? Because there are, like, with this family of 7 kids, there are some others with children that are still waiting. And the minister has my email of all those that I submitted within the last 2-3 weeks, that family are waiting for housing, and winter is coming and we have nothing. And that is a shame that, that we're not doing enough. And there are some unit that housing has 14 units that Clecho would like to take over so they can help with the homelessness too. And that nobody, they're not even going, they don't want to transfer those units to Clecho government as well. So it would have helped with the homelessness issues too. Now we're, we have no housing. We have lots of housing that are boarded up. That's been boarded up, some of them for over 10 years. And I don't know why it's still there. If they're not going to fix it, give it away. And that's what we've been saying for quite some time. And the housing is slow at giving those units away to some people. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments, questions? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess as I sit here and I listen to, the comments and the answers from the minister, is that, there's no doubt that, we need housing. And it seems like the only game in town is the Housing Corporation. And I think that's, it's a good approach, but I think we have to expand that. And we talk about it, we talk about Indigenous governments. I don't see them in front of us to tell me personally what they're doing to increase housing stock. We've got to tie housing into economic development. When we're looking at providing land and resources to companies, maybe part of the component should be providing housing to communities where they're getting workers from. We've got to look outside the box and find other ways to do it. The other thing we've got to do is jobs. We've got to be able, if we can provide jobs to people, that's another way to do it. We can, assist people and make it, buying their own homes. I don't really care how people get their homes. We just need them to get it, and we have to look outside the box. I don't, I understand housing has a role to play here, and we have, and they have units that go sit empty for for months or years. We realize that our utilization rate for a public housing unit should be near 100% all the time. If we're doing retrofits, we should be doing them quickly, and we should be using local and northern contractors to do it. But those are the type of things we have to do. But again, this is, we're caught up in bureaucracy, and government is slow. We know that. But so we've got to find other ways to do it. I realize government has to do something. Then we've got the federal government on the other hand. We're counting on them to provide us the money. That's where the money comes from at the end of the day. So we've got to, we've got to kind of look at everything, and it's always the same story. housing is not doing this, or housing is, you know, the houses are sitting empty and all that stuff. We've been preaching that for 4 years, and other people have been preaching that before that. So, you know, I'm kind of getting tired of it, and we have to do something different. And this next government has to do it. We're not going to do it in this next week, I tell you that. So somebody has to do it, and whoever is in here for the next government, I hope that they take a look at other approaches, because that's what it's going to take. It's not going to take just this government doing it. You know, to me, you know, if it's looked after in the communities, you know, I feel Indigenous governments could probably build houses, and I know they build houses and provide housing a lot faster than we can do it sometimes. So, you know, it's just a comment that I want to make, because we're not going to solve this problem. We're not going to build a house for every person in the Northwest Territories, even though we'd like to. You know, some people are going to have to buy their own. You know, maybe we can get, like I said, resource companies, you know, when they come in here and extract resources to help buy houses. We and the federal government will provide us money so we can provide houses. But everybody has to do their part, and you know, and that's the way. At least that's the way I see it. So, thank you.
Thank you, member. Seeing that there are no other members who I have on my list, I remind the committee that the estimates for Housing Northwest Territories are included in the capital estimates as information item only. The committee will not be voting on the activity total. Seeing no further questions, please return to the Housing Northwest Territories summary on page 75. Are there any further questions or comments from committee? Seeing no further questions, does committee agree that consideration of Housing Northwest Territories is now complete? Thank you. Ministers, you may, your witnesses may, or, sorry, Sergeant at Arms, you can escort the witnesses from the chamber. Does committee agree that you have concluded consideration of table document 973-19, brackets 2, 2024-2025 capital estimates? Member for Cam Lake.
Very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee defer further consideration of table document 973-19, brackets 2, 2024-2025 capital estimates at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Thank you, committee, and thank you, ministers. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we are going to come back because we have our supplementary, appropriations? Yeah, so we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we got, nope, you guys all want to talk on it? Then we'll be here longer. Unless you want to do a team talk and have one team talker. Calling Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 974-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates operation expenditures number 3, 2023-2024. Does the Minister of Finance have any opening remarks?
Thank you. Yes, I do, Madam Chair. I'm here to present supplementary estimates operation expenditures number 3, 2023-2024. These supplementary estimates propose a total increase of $120 million to the short-term borrowing authorization limit. Primary purpose of this increase is to address and respond to the unforeseen emergency costs as a result of the wildfire activity this year. That concludes my opening remarks. I'm happy to answer questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Do you wish to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Please.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness into the chamber. Would the Minister please introduce her witnesses for...
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on my left, Deputy Minister of Finance Bill McKay, and on my right, Julie Mouchson is the Comptroller General.
Welcome. Members, can we forego general comments? Does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee, we will begin on page 2 with the Department of Finance. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 3, 2023-2024, Department of Finance, revised borrowing authorization, $120 million. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, do you agree that you have concluded consideration of table document 974-19 brackets 2? Oh. Member for Cam Lake.
Very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so I'm wondering if the Minister can explain in greater detail why we have a need for, like this is different than our normal SUPs that we get. Normally when we get a SUP, it's to pay for something. And this one here, it expands increases our borrowing limit. And so I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to in more detail for the public what that is and why it's needed, and then I'll have more questions after that, please, as a start. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, when the main estimates are tabled, the focus of the attention generally is predominantly on the ability or the authority to spend the money that we have in that budget. But another item that's in there, and certainly does get some attention, although perhaps not quite as much, is the sheet that includes the authority to borrow. And it's that number now that we're looking to have amended by way of this supplementary appropriation. So you have the authority to spend, which is the department by department budget lines that we all look at, and that are is what you typically see as a supplementary appropriation. If a department, for example, ECC, needs additional money to support their wildfire fighting efforts, that goes in as their ability or authority to spend. However, in order for the government to actually spend money, they have to have the cash on hand. The timing of when we have cash on hand depends on a few things. It depends, for example, on the timing of receiving taxation revenues, and in particular, the timing of receiving revenues from the federal government, which I think most folks are aware that is the dominant amount of our budget in revenues does come from one form or another of federal transfer. We don't necessarily get those as one lump sum. We get the territorial form of the financing as a lump sum, but the rest does come in over the course of the year at different times. And at present, because of the significant outlay of additional cash over the course of the summer, significantly because of the wildfires, but certainly not exclusively, there's been the low water levels have also resulted in higher expenditures. All of those things combined put us into a situation where we are concerned that, particularly with an election and the scheduling changes around when the Assembly's sitting, We are expecting that there's a reasonable possibility of running into a state where the government won't be able to pay with cash without increasing the short-term borrowing. So the short-term borrowing just gives that ability of flexibility to increase the amount of cash available to us if needed. Let me stop there so that the clock doesn't run down further. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and I know that this has been a very difficult assembly, and as such, that's reflected, I suppose, in the requests for increases to the borrowing limit. And so in the life of this assembly, this is our third now request for increases to the borrowing limit. And I'm wondering what is this government going to do in order for us to see, or for the next assembly to see, more money in surpluses, and to be able to kind of be a little bit more prepared for additional dollars in emergencies, because we know that we're going to see more in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me first just start with respect to the idea of there being about the borrowing limit, because that is a term that generally is associated to the federally imposed borrowing limit of $1.8 billion. This is different. So we're not seeking any change to the federally imposed borrowing limit. And in fact, what we did when we changed the fiscal responsibility policy is, rather than kind of allowing, you would see over the course of many years and long before this current government, the Assembly would see sort of creep up towards whatever that federally imposed borrowing limit might be, and then see the federally imposed limit go up. With the current, or the most recent changes to the FRP, what we've imposed is our own internal limit, to say that if we hit that line, that we will, at that point, we are obligating ourselves to take steps to engage the federal government and discuss where we're at in that borrowing limit. We are not at that internal line. We are coming up to that line, but we are not at the line. We've kept ourselves under it intentionally. We're hoping, again, to not even need to borrow what is here, but we certainly want to not be in a position of having to come back at the very beginning of the 20th Assembly with a group of new members and to have to go through this process. We want to have this cushion now to be able to get through to the next properly constituted Assembly and sitting of that Assembly. Now, the second part of the question being around, what are we doing longer term in the fiscal update, Madam Chair? I spoke to the medium-term outlook. The medium-term outlook, of course, is, as we said, does still provide us stability and does bring us back to a point where we actually create further room between our total debt and the borrowing limit. The current year was particularly significant. Last year there were also some fairly significant cash outlays because of the summer wildfire and floods. This year was just particularly extraordinary. So, again, I can't predict in the future what next summer might be. Certainly hopeful that it will not be anywhere on the scale of present. If that's the case, then we are projecting ongoing operating surpluses and then not requiring any further adjustments to the borrowing plan beyond what would be in the main estimates of next year. The question of whether and when to pay down total debt, and if that's something that the government of the Northwest Territories does want to prioritize, is probably a discussion for the 20th Assembly at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The minister spoke briefly to conversations with the federal government, and I'm wondering if some conversations with the federal government are occurring and hopefully gaining some success in giving us some advance payments on some of the dollars that we've spent, that they know that they're going to be reimbursing us down the road. I know that it sometimes takes years for those payments to catch up, and are these conversations progressing, and would those dollars actually help this situation that we find ourselves in now, so that our purse strings aren't quite so tight? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, apologies to the translators. I think I'm speaking quickly. Yes, so the short answer is most definitely there have been conversations with the federal government, including from the Premier's office, but also from other ministers' offices, including in particular ECC as our EMO lead, and their counterpart at Public Safety. The federal government is aware of the challenges created by this huge outlay of cash without an advance on what will otherwise be at least some amount of funding coming from the federal government to help offset those costs. The trick is I don't know when, and although the response has been positive, and really the federal government invited us to put in a request for an advance, so that I would suggest indicates that they are well aware that we need it and that we need it to happen quickly. For 2022's flood season, we received a 50% advance, but we only got it in this fiscal year. So again, we are quite hopeful right now, and that and optimistic that we will see an advance on the current wildfire season in this fiscal year. But would be remiss in this role to say that's good enough, and we'll see what happens. So that is why we are before the Assembly saying that the borrowing authorization, that's what gives us the appropriate cushion and legal authority to borrow short-term if we need it, so that we can pay vendors and pay staff and pay our bills in cash. Thank you.
Minister, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to, without the approval of the supplementary appropriation and the increase to short-term borrowing limit, will the GNWT be in compliance with the FAA? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it would depend. And it would depend, again, if, and really there are other steps that we could take to ensure that we remain in compliance. If the advance from the federal government were to come in, if other anticipated transfer amounts come in, and that offsets, the outlays of cash that are going out by bringing in more, then we may not find ourselves in as difficult a position. Right now, our projection is that over the course of this fall, we will need something extra. And if we didn't have that something extra, then yes, we wind up, if we take on more borrowing not authorized by the Appropriations Act, then that puts us out of compliance. To avoid going out of compliance, we can simply stop spending, which means putting holds on our payments and or other project delays, which is also not a situation that we want to find ourselves in. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake, short question.
Would the approval of this SUP create room to pay for additional resident and business supports for people who were evacuated from the territory? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
No, Madam Chair, this is not new money to spend. This is the ability and the authority to borrow money to spend the bills we already have, or to pay the bills that we already have. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2023-2024, Department of Finance, revised borrowing authorization, $120 million. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you have concluded consideration of table document 974-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2023-2024? Ms. Cleveland.
Agreed.
No. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that committee defer further consideration of table document 974-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, number 3, 2023-2024 at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Consideration of table document 974-19 is deferred. Thank you, committee. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee, we've agreed to consider Committee Report 61-19 brackets 2, Standing Committee on Social Development Report on the Review of Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act number 2, I will go to the Chair of Standing Committee on Social Development for any opening comments. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Standing Committee on Social Development has advocated for improvements to education in the Northwest Territories over the life of the Assembly. While Bill 81 represents just Phase 1 of the Department's proposed improvements to education, which focus on operational and administrative amendments, the committee, along with overwhelming public concurrence, was disappointed in the phased approach. The phased approach lacked a thorough engagement process in which to inform meaningful change to address the uneven and poor state of education in the Territory. The Minister did provide a commitment that Phase 2 of the Education Act amendments will include robust engagement and result in substantive amendments to the Act aimed at improving educational outcomes of Northwest Territories students. While Bill 81 is very limited and technical in nature because it proposes changes to education, the committee took on the task to review the bill very seriously. Through the engagement process, the committee received 6 written submissions and met with residents and stakeholders from Inuvik, Norman Wells, Delaney, Colville Lake, and Yellowknife. The committee took the concerns received in the engagement process and moved amendments to the bill to address these issues. The committee received ministerial concurrence to amend Bill 81 with regards to student transportation, Education Oversight Committee, and parental consent and student education program modifications. Based on the breadth of grave concerns the committee heard from stakeholders in the engagement process, the committee provides recommendations to the government to inform Phase 2 of the amendments to the Education Act expected in the 20th Assembly. Recommendations for Phase 2 amendments of the Education Act include improvements to the approach and engagement process, absenteeism, wraparound services, and support for students with disabilities. The committee expresses gratitude to everyone who met in person with the committee and provided their thoughts in writing. The committee acknowledges the disparities in education outcomes in small communities and the lived experience of small community residents. The committee acknowledges many stakeholders shared very personal and even shocking experiences as a result of gaps in the education system. The committee would also like to recognize this information was shared in an effort to address the desperate need for improvements to the education system in the Northwest Territories. The committee would like to thank all stakeholders for their contributions. Madam Chair, individual members may have additional comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. I will now open the floor to general comments on the committee report. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say that this bill and our taking it on the road was probably one of the more impactful ones that I've had in the last while, or has struck me in the last while, was that just how deeply and passionate the people in the Territory are about the education system, and really where the state of it is when you look outside of Yellowknife. I didn't expect to hear the stories that I heard, I guess, really. And I do want to, like my colleague said, express my thank you to those that shared with us. A lot of it, and you know yourself, Madam Chair, as being part of that committee, there were a lot of really tragic stories. You know, I never thought about the fact that somebody who is upgrading and then going off to an education in the South would become so demoralized upon not being able to keep up with their colleagues that they would then turn to self-harm. And I really wanted to thank the mother that shared that story with us. It was very painful, but it really impacted me in seeing the bigger picture of how the failures in our education system is impacting the youth in every way. Even the ones that have done what they're supposed to do and have made it through and have upgraded and have gone on, only to find out that they don't meet the criteria and they don't have the same qualifications as the rest of Canada. And I can't imagine what that does to someone's psyche and their mental health when, you know, they've been this crowning jewel of their community and only to then come back and feel like a failure. You know, I was really impressed upon me doing this was as we toured schools and such. I had already mentioned the state of the school in Delaney. That was really impactful. But I think the biggest thing was the disappointment from members of the public that this wasn't the be-all, end-all opening of the Education Act that was going to be, you know, the driver for the mandate item to improve educational outcomes. I understand why it was done this way and that there were certain things that administratively needed to be done, but in retrospect, I think that it felt then very dismissive in a sense to community members that they were being told that they were yet going to have to wait even further when this assembly first got in and spoke a lot about education and about the children and the youth, and that seems to really have gone by the by. And I get that we've had, you know, crises after crises and environmental issues and pandemics and such, but it's not an excuse to not do things in the right manner. And so I'm glad that there was a good back and forth with the department. We heard a lot of concern around the transportation, and that was not carried forward, and I appreciate that that was you know, a compromise, and I think we worked well with the department in this regard on this bill, but I felt just the disappointment of the people in what this was. And I guess just to not belabor that point any further, one piece that I think is really key that needs to be taken forward into the next assembly is that the Indigenous governments that have their self-government already figured out, their next plan is to take on their education acts. So as we're moving this legislation forward and we embark on phase 2, it really needs to be done in that collaborative manner so that we're not setting up a new system that then contradicts whatever the community of Delaney wants to do for themselves or what the Clecho may want to do with their Education Act. And I'm excited for that. It was sort of the thing about it all that I was like, you know what? Let's let the Indigenous people do this. Let's let them take it on and take care of the children, because it's not working the way it is right now. So just some of my rambling thoughts on our bill, but I do want to also say thank you very much to the communities that welcomed us in. It really was a pretty fabulous trip, and they were very welcoming, and we had some amazing discussions with people there. So thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Are there any further comments on the committee report? Seeing none. Member for Cam Lake. Oh, Mr. Bonarouche.
Merci, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was on the committee that traveled with social development on this Education Act. Although it was specific to several items that would give some leverage to the department in accessing school records from the communities. We did hear, as my colleague from the MLA for the Great Slave, who spoke passionately about it here, she pretty much captured everything that was out there. But there was other ones that I heard from the Bodell, Education Council members up there, that they're saying, well, all these changes we're looking at making on this first round, how is that going to improve the education of the students? And I was really, taken aback by that, because that's been my, concern since the start of the 19th Assembly when I took on education as a campaign issue from all the concerns I've been hearing from even my community, which is quite surprising. And then finding out a little bit here and there that, even the attendance records were being fudged. They were being overloaded compared to what was actually in the school. So there is and the grade levels, as mentioned before, was very dismal. It's surprising that I'm just hearing like, geez, the grade 12 graduates, they only have grade 8 or less as an actual grade level. And I hope the minister appreciates why I've been after, what were the actual grade levels in our schools, because it becomes important when you have to go out into the world. And we don't have our students getting grade 12. And then, you know, I've been saying that before too, even for the university that the NWT is contemplating, is that our people are not going to be walking those halls. You know, I really believe that there are, you know, very good educated students out there. We just need to push them a little bit more. We need to challenge, you know, challenge them at the community levels. We grew up, I think everything was all right. You know, my aunts and my uncles, they were Dene. They spoke the language. They didn't have education. Life turned out okay. It's because it was the fundamentals of the 3 R's: reading, writing, arithmetic. That's what I see is kind of lacking in the schools. We don't know what's really happening in the schools either, because nobody is having meetings with the community. It was just specific to parents. They get little notes. There's no community meetings, you know? And nobody knows what's going on in the school. I know some of the problems that I've been hearing from parents. You know, I'm not against the Dene immersion program. I know what the Dene are really concerned, that there'll be a total loss of language. And when I was a leader in 2000, 2001, for my community, there was a group of people tasked with putting up a language wheel where it showed, you know, the fluent speakers, and it goes out, and that it really showed that we were losing our language. And with the Dene immersion program, I realized it creates employment. That's what it was doing. Created employment. And when we went to school concerts, it was just, you know, glorious to see that our students were singing in the Dene Jati language. Well, I'm wondering if there's a different way we could approach it, because there's concern that our students weren't learning English or the alphabet in English till grade 4. That's what I was told, grade 4. They didn't know how to read the alphabet. They didn't know how to write the alphabet. That's what I was told. And that became a concern to me, because I always said at graduation ceremonies, I always said what the elders, I still remember what they said. You know, we want good education for our children so they can become doctors, lawyers, engineers, teachers, and such. That speaks about what we expect from the education system. And from what I see in the small communities, we're not even going to get there. We've lost it. So everybody that's out there in the district education authorities or councils, DDECs, the divisional education councils, chiefs, mayors, AT presidents, we all have to start talking about education in the NWT, and specifically in our small communities. Because we've lost, like in my community, we've lost a lot of really good Southern teachers that were gung-ho about teaching our children. They had the drive, but after social passing, all I've been hearing is, you know, it's out there. Teachers are saying, well, I don't need to teach them this because they're going to pass anyways. So that complacency is hurting us from the vision of what our elders had been saying, that message that I still preach at graduation ceremonies. And education is a pretty big topic because everybody says you need the education to get a job. We know there's always other avenues, but you know, for technical schools, you can go to work on equipment and everything else that way, nursing, whatever. But as I've been saying, you know, if we know the student is not going to have grade 12 level when they graduate, at least we should be helping them so that they can pass the trades entrance exam. That's almost like a cop-out still. And we don't have enough teachers in our school systems in the small communities. We've got 2, 3, 4 grades for one teacher. And perhaps we don't have enough students. Now that becomes another problem. So everything that I'm saying here, you know, it really warrants almost like a royal commission on Indigenous education in the small communities. In the next assembly, I really would encourage them to really consider that. We need to go to every community, not cop out and say, oh, regional center and fly them in. Go to every community so you can even see their living standards and what is happening in their community. You really have to understand what's going on here with education. And we need the education department to be a lead in a lot of areas for us, as I've been, you know, jumping all over the department because they weren't doing their job, I'm saying. Maybe they were doing their job, but it's just we weren't doing it the right way or something. We weren't focused in the area. Because I don't know, I see education like it could be having a major shift. It's what I'm kind of seeing, so. Oh, sorry. So anyways, that's. Yeah, I thought I would mention that. Masi, for listening.
Do any other members have any comments on the committee report? Thank you. A member from Montfouet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I know that this one, it's phase 1 and phase 2, but phase 1 was the important part of this legislation. Phase 1 is the one that, you know, that included to work with the Indigenous government. And I still feel that this minister missed the opportunity of working with the Indigenous government to modernize the Education Act. This was a step for us, for especially with the Indigenous government, and this would have been a good start to the reconciliation. And they missed that. They missed that opportunity. And that is why a lot of Indigenous government, they were opposed with the phase 1. Phase 2, phase 2 is also important, it's good, but that's after the fact. It was the phase 1. For the first time, the Indigenous government would have been part of working on the education system for their people. But no, we were left out. So I still feel that they missed the opportunity because, just like what my colleagues said over there, and then Ron and Caitlin and Katrina talking about the education system, on the tour. And a lot of people did say that, And I don't mean to discredit anyone. I don't mean to discredit the Indigenous teachers, language teachers. They are doing their best. But we are lacking a lot of resources in small communities. And we even have some schools that are still teaching multi-grade. I mean, that's not right, because there, lots of kids are falling through the crack. You know, they're not getting the proper education. When a teacher is focusing on grade 1 and 2, and 3, and only have one support, sometimes they don't have the support. So the teacher is teaching all grades in one class. Those kind of things have to stop. And we don't even have access to speech and language pathologists in a lot of small communities. This is one of the things that where the department can come in, wait and fix it later. It's too late for many by then, because you can't do nothing. That's where a lot of young kids, we notice that they quit because they can't function. They miss out on lots of things. So this is where I think, that's why I said that, you know, this was phase 1 was the one that we could have made a lot of the mistakes that were made in the past right through this in phase 1. Phase 2 is okay, that's after, like I said, but I think that it's just more program and more resources is needed in small communities so that our young people can catch up. So we all want a lot of our youth to be educated in 2 languages, you know, and we all want our kids to become doctors, lawyers, astronauts, all those high-level professionals that that in other regions take advantage of. We can't take advantage of any of those things because we're still lacking. And I know that today is an Orange Shirt Day, and I know that I heard a lot of comment made before that education starts from the house, from our home. But how can that be when a lot of these parents did not know how to parent? And it goes to the next generation, and that's why we have 98% of children in child welfare systems. So this is where I think we could have made all the mistakes that were made from the beginning. We could have fixed it. And I don't blame any of those indigenous government that wants to take over their education program, because they don't want their next generation to go through what our past generation, we went through. We don't want that. And we want our kids to function at that level. And it's just, yes, larger regional centers do have the advantage, and we don't. And even us in Klitschko region, we're just right next door. We're still being denied a lot of programs and services. And we have to come to Yellowknife to access those. Even for speech and language, some of those parents, they have to come here. And for small communities in Sahtu, you know, they have to come here, or in Inuvik to access those programs. And it's just really, really frustrating. And this is where, what I would like to see for the next government is that more programs and services should be going out to the small communities and start focusing on the little kids. We still have hope. We can still do it. It's just that we need more resources. And let's not focus too much on larger regional center, because we have the same rights as anybody else. Our kids have the same rights as anybody else. And this is very shameful for me, even to talk about it, to say these things. It's really shameful, and it shouldn't be like that. Thank you.
Thank you. there any further questions for the social development report? Member for Nunavut.
I want to thank my colleagues for going out to the communities and hearing all the concerns that we do have. And with the social passing has to stop. We have to put more emphasis into our children and our youth that are coming up and giving them a chance to succeed in life instead of putting up roadblocks and barriers. I think that the social passing and with the new curriculum coming in, I really hope that we could really get in front of it and start working with the communities and all of the local community governments and like with us, it's the Beaufort Delta Education Council. And I do have communities in my riding that have 1 teacher, 2 teachers that, you know, it's tough on them, extra work and a lot less students, but at the end of the day, you want to give all that student all the tools to succeed in life. I think what we have to really realize here that all the problems and issues we have right now is because of not being our children educated. And right now, from the youth, the kids from 30 down are having a tough time. They're really having a tough time because of the drugs, the alcohol, that's all happening. And and the biggest part of that is because of the education. And they don't think they could do it, but once you apply yourself and put 100% effort in what you're doing, anybody could do whatever they want. But it's just a matter of encouraging them. And I just wonder, for the next government and that going forward, I think we have to put more emphasis on, like everybody, like it's so easy for us to say, oh yeah, our youth are our future. But there's nothing us backing that up. We have to back it up. We have to make a difference now. And all the problems that we're having with the housing and all these problems that we're having in this assembly with teeth, with justice, with healthcare, it's all going to start pulling back. It's not going to be so bad once everybody's educated. And it's, like I said, I'm going to stop here, but social passing has to stop in the communities and across our territory because it's just going to alleviate the pressure as us as legislators in this assembly on the go forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. I will now turn to Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to make a couple comments. We got to keep remembering that education is a treaty right. Based on the treaties that was made in 1900 and Treaty 8, my great-great-grandfather is the one that signed the treaty in Ford Resolution. And Treaty 11 was made in 1921, up and down the valley. And when the treaty was made, it was made with a crown. And Government Canada was supposed to uphold those treaties. So that's why we got a Government General. And here we have a Commissioner on Northwest Territories. When we do an oath to office here, it says that we're supposed to recognize and respect the treaties that are made. And what's going on now is that the way Government Canada is managing how they're going to deal with Aboriginal people here in Canada are done so through land claims and self-government agreements. And not everybody signed on to those agreements as well. There's still ongoing agreements that are being negotiated. But right now, as it is, the Government Canada has an agreement with the Government of Northwest Territories that was created in 1967. And a lot of Aboriginal people still don't recognize this government as their government. It's still recognized as a territorial council, territorial act under Indian Northern Affairs. The thing is that what's happening now is that we have, now that we got some settled claims, a lot of these governments are really frustrated because they want to enhance the education at the community level, build new schools. I've been advocating to get a new school in Detta, and the dates on those schools that I've seen in some of the material I was reading before are saying that that school is probably 1987 or even 88, but that's not right. You know, it goes back to probably even earlier to 1978, but there were trailers. And again, you know, it's getting to the point now where the Indigenous governments are actually want to do a letter to the Governor General themselves and say, hey, look, we need a new school. We can't continue to go out to the territorial government for a school because they're not delivering and they're not honoring and respecting those treaties. But yet, 75 cents on the dollar is grants and contribution that comes from Government Canada. So I think it's something that we really need to take a look at as a government, is that, you know, we got to start working together, start building relationships, and we need to start building trust. Part of this committee, we got a letter from the DELO DEA expressing their issues and concerns. There's a lot of DEAs up and down the valley, but we all have to fall under the Education Act. But that act also is competing with our treaties. And that needs to be recognized, and because it's our treaties are in the Canadian Constitution on Section 35, 1 and 2. And the Territorial Council is you know, they've basically, in theory, maybe we're agents of Government Canada. In theory, maybe the Crown we're doing the Crown work, but we're not upholding those treaties. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's getting to the point now where, and I mentioned earlier that the Indigenous governments are now are concluding their claims. Some are not yet there yet, but they're really frustrated because, you know, they want to go directly to Canada now and start getting that money that they give to the territorial government to be diverted to them so they could provide their own education, maybe create their own Education Act, etc. But anyway, Madam Chair, I just want to make a note of this because I want to continue to emphasize that education is a treaty right. And I want to make sure that this government continues to respect that because we have an oath. It's in the Canadian Constitution. We can't change it. It's there. And going forward, we need to think about doing business different now. And that's why sometimes I wonder now, maybe we need to start having those discussions about how we're going to move forward and coexist down the line. Whenever I sit here and I see committees come in front of this desk here and asking for all these monies for these departments, it's really frustrating because when I sit here and I look at it, no problem. But yet whenever the communities want something, it's different. So I just want to make a note of that because to me, again, I want to emphasize we do have a treaty. It's alive and well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tunade-Willowday. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment create a stakeholder plan that prioritizes meaningful engagement and face-to-face meetings with Indigenous governments, youth, students, community members, and elders. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to re-emphasize how important this one is. I was really struck by how invested all the community members were that came about having a say in the curriculum and how things move forward and how the schools are operating within their communities. So I thought this was a great motion for us to put forward. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment draft aspirational legislation for its next iteration of the Education Act that takes a holistic, trauma-informed and culturally responsive approach to education that is accountable to all Northwest Territories communities, its residents, and most of all, its youth. Thank you.
Motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Madam Chair, I think it would be very remiss if we didn't talk with this, this motion about the incidences that we have seen over the last while in some of our schools, which includes some pretty disturbing video footage that was shot in the community of Fort Simpson. I did not see anything in that video that showed a trauma-informed or culturally appropriate approach. And in watching that video, it was very disturbing to see that there was comments being made, and in contact with the family afterwards, they told me that their child no longer wants to go to school, and very much spoke to me about the legacy of the residential schools and how this had evoked for the family a lot of a history of trauma. I think this has been a conversation that us on social development and AOC as a whole has had throughout the entire time on the Assembly, was this trauma-informed approach. As I deal with other departments that deal with marginalized people in the territory, I time and again see that this is not happening. A case in point was the income assistance letters that went out and slid under doors, threatening everybody that their rent was going from $80 up to $1,600 because they hadn't filed income tax. So this government has a really long way to go in being trauma-informed and actually carrying that out in their work instead of just speaking to it and paying lip service to it. So I think that this is a very important motion, and I hope that everybody will support it. Thank you.
To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment work with education bodies and schools to promote school attendance by building on community strengths and parental involvement. Madam Chair, if I can speak to this one briefly. When we were visiting communities, attendance was something that came up quite frequently, and what we were met with was a lot of people from a place of wanting to positively participate as a community and as a parent group in finding solutions along with the department and supporting one another in order to increase student attendance. And so I think this is one where there's a lot of desire to use creativity to find different ways to get students back in the schools and keep them there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Next time, wait until after the motion is called, and then you can make your statement. No, I won't make you repeat yourself. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment build a northern-specific model of coordinated wraparound services for NWT schools. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment A, increase funding and expand professional development opportunities for staff to best support students with disabilities. B, expand the suite of programs and services available to students with disabilities in their home communities. And C, improve data collection as it relates to students with disabilities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment review the territorial-based support team function to ensure teachers and students receive the support they need in a way that meets the community's needs and establish outcome-focused measures to determine if the team is achieving its goals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member, the motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you've concluded consideration of committee report 61-19 brackets 2? Thank you, committee. We've concluded consideration of committee report 61-19 brackets 2, Standing Committee on Social Development report on the review of Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act number 2. We will. Okay, just give.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here today to present Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act number 2. Bill 81 represents the first phase of amendments that make operational and technical improvements necessary to improve the education system. A second phase will continue beyond the 19th Assembly to allow for more in-depth discussions with Indigenous governments, education bodies, and the public on the future of education governance in the Northwest Territories. This bill seeks to amend the Education Act to recognize the vital role Indigenous peoples and Indigenous governments have in education, eliminate confusion about roles and responsibilities of the minister and education bodies, protect parental involvement in decisions around student grade placement and education program modifications, and support information sharing and accountability. These amendments also help to address the findings and recommendations of internal evaluations and reports of the Office of the Auditor General of Canada. Bill 81 was informed by the extensive public engagement that occurred in 2021, as well as detailed engagement sessions with education bodies throughout the development of the bill. I wish to thank Standing Committee for its thoughtful review and collaboration in helping to strengthen this bill through their motions to amend. I wasn't quite sure we'd get here, but here we are, so thank you to Standing Committee. This concludes my opening remarks. I'd be pleased to answer any questions members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness into the chamber. Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses for the record?
Thank you. To my left, I have John McDonald, the Deputy Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, and on my right, Laura Jeffrey, Legislative Counsel with Legislation Division in the Department of Justice.
Welcome. I will now turn to the Chair of Standing Committee on Social Development, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 81.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act number 2, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 30th, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. The Standing Committee held a public hearing in Yellowknife on May 31st, 2023. The committee then traveled to Inuvik, Norman Wells, and Delaney from June 6th to the 9th, 2023, for further engagement on the bill. The public hearings in communities were very well attended, with impassioned concerns expressed from residents. The committee met with the Chief and Council
of Bedzi Adha First Nation and also received 6 written submissions through the engagement process. The committee held a clause-by-clause review of the bill with the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment on August 15, 2023. In an effort to address the concerns raised by residents, community governments and organizations, the committee advanced 5 motions to amend the bill, all of which the Minister concurred with. These motions make changes which include the removal of the requirement for education bodies to be responsible for transportation, provide greater participation of Indigenous governments in an oversight committee, and increase parental involvement in student education modification programs. I would like to thank the public for their time to meet with committee to provide heartfelt and at times unsettling stories regarding their experience with the Northwest Territories education system. I'd like to thank committee members, legal experts, and staff for the work that they did on Bill 81. I'd also like to acknowledge the collaborative work by the Minister and the Department in getting this bill to where it is today. Individual members may have additional comments or questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Members, can we forego general comments and proceed to the clause by clause? Thank you. Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 3 of the bill. Clause 1 through 5, does committee agree? Clause 6 through 10, does committee agree? Clause 11 through 15, does committee agree? Clause 16 to 20, does committee agree? Clause 21 to 25, does committee agree? Clause 26 to 30, does committee agree? Clause 31 to 34, does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act number 2, is now ready for 3rd reading? Thank you. Committee, does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act number 2? Agree? Thank you, Minister. Thank you to your witnesses. The Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 93, Practice of Engineering, Geoscience and Applied Science Technology Act. I will ask the Minister of Infrastructure to introduce the bill. Oh. Sorry. Sorry, committee. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 94, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2023. I will ask the Minister of Justice to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here today to present Bill 94, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2023. The purpose of Bill 94 is to amend various statutes of the Northwest Territories for which minor changes are proposed or errors or inconsistencies have been identified. Each amendment included in the bill had to meet the following criteria. A, it must not be controversial. B, it must not involve the spending of public funds. C, it must not prejudicially affect rights. And D, it must not create a new offense or subject a new class of persons to an existing offense. Departments responsible for the various statutes being amended have reviewed and approved the changes brought forward in this bill. The proposed amendments are minor, uncontroversial, or non-substantive, and many consist of technical corrections. The amendments are of such a nature that the preparation and legislative consideration of individual bills to correct each statute would be time-consuming for the government and the Legislative Assembly. This concludes my opening remarks. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness into the chamber. Yeah? Okay. Introduce your witness.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome back Laura Jeffrey, Legislative Counsel with Justice. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now turn the chair of Standing Committee on Social Development, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 94. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 94, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2023. Bill 94 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on June 2nd, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. On June 29th, 2023, the Standing Committee held a clause-by-clause reading with the Minister of Justice. Madam Chair, the committee reports that Bill 94, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2023, is ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Can we forego general comments on Bill 94 and proceed to the clause by clause? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clauses 1 through 5, does committee agree? Clauses 6 through 10, does committee agree? Clauses 11 through 13, does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 94, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2023 is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 94, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2023? Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your witness. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness from the chamber. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 93, Practice of Engineering, Geoscience and Applied Science Technology Act. I will ask the Minister of Infrastructure to introduce the bill.
Thank you. I'm here to present Bill 93, the Practice of Engineering, Geoscience and Applied Science Technology Act. Bill 93 seeks to appeal and replace the existing Engineering and Geoscience Professions Act. I met with Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment to answer questions about the bill on July 18th and 25th, 2023. In addition to engaging with the NWT engineering firms on the regulation of technologists, the Department of Infrastructure also met with the Government of Nunavut to discuss how the bill might affect engineers in that territory. Legislative partners in Nunavut already made significant progress towards a draft bill aligning that territory's laws to our new act, which they hope to introduce that into territory's legislative assembly shortly. This new version of the act will keep responsibility for overseeing the territory's engineering and geoscience professionals with the Northwest Territories and Nunavut Association of Professional Engineers and Geoscience, otherwise known as NAPEG. The Department of Infrastructure worked closely with NAPEG in developing this bill to make sure the new governance framework will meet NAPEG's needs and capacity while allowing public oversight where necessary. Most importantly, this bill will increase public safety by requiring NAPEG members to undergo continuing professional development throughout their careers, and by giving NAPEG responsibility for accreditation of applied science technologists and technicians, which are currently unregulated occupations in the two territories. This bill will also help encourage engineers to work in the territories in two ways: by allowing NAPEG to grant restricted engineering licenses to professionals with foreign credentials, and by making it easier for engineers to resume work after parental leave. Standing Committee has indicated its support for the passage of Bill 93, and I thank the members for their work in reviewing the bill. That concludes my opening remarks, and I'm happy to answer questions if members have any.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, please introduce your witnesses.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with me I have Celeste McKay, further to my left, ADM of Asset Management. I also have Ms. Allison Scott, who's Manager of our Legislative Affairs at the Department of Infrastructure. And to my right, I have Laura Jeffrey, who's the Legislative Counsel with the Department of Justice. And at the end, I have Mr. Mark Kronk, who's Director of Design and Technical Services with the Department of Infrastructure.
Thank you. Welcome. I will now turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 93. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill 93, Practice of Engineering Geosciences Applied Science Technology Act, received second reading of the Legislative Assembly on June 2nd, 2023. It was referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment for review. Bill 93 gives the Northwest Territories Association of Professional Engineers and Geosciences new powers and duties. In the committee's review period, the committee received 2 verbal submissions on the bill. Clause-by-clause review of Bill 93 was held on July 25, 2023. The committee proposed the amendment of legislation to legislate the online publishing of more information, and the Minister concurred. I'd like to thank the committee for its hard work, because the Economic Development Committee is the best, and on the review of the Bill 93. Individual members may have additional comments, Madam Chair, or questions. Thank you.
Member for Nunavut. Committee, may we forego general comments and proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. We will go through the clauses in groups. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clause 1 through 10. Does committee agree? Clause 11 through 20. Does committee agree? Clause 21 to 30. Does committee agree? Clause 31 to 40. Does committee agree? Clause 41 to 50. Does committee agree? Clause 51 to 60. Does committee agree? Clause 61 to 70. Does committee agree? Clause 71 to 81. Does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole. Does committee agree that Bill 93, Practice of Engineering, Geoscience, and Applied Science Technology Act, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 93, Practice of Engineering, Geoscience, and Applied Science Technology Act? Thank you. Thank you, ministers. Thank you to all your witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Member for Cam Lake, what is the wish of committee?
Madam Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress. Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, Member for Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 973-19 brackets 2, table document 974-19 brackets 2, committee report 61-19 brackets 2, bill 81, and would like to report progress with 8 motions carried, and that committee report 61-19-2 is concluded, and that bills 81, 93, and 94 are ready for third reading. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Inuvialuktun Lakes. Do you have a seconder? Member for Yellowknife North. Or South, I mean. Yellowknife South, sorry. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion's carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, that Bill 77, Nursing Profession Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Minister's requested a recorded vote. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Decho, the member for Hay River South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Trinidad-Willade, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nehende, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Sawtoo, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvialuktun Lake.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 15 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstention. The motion is carried. Bill 77 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, returns to oral questions, acknowledgements, oral questions, written questions, returns to written questions, replies to the commissioner's address, petitions, tabling of documents, notices of motions, notice of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, bills 23, 65, 74, 75, 78, 80, 83, 84, 85, and 92, committee reports 52, 53, and 55, and 62, Minister Statement 264-19-2, Table Document 681-19-2, Table Document 973-19-2, and Table Document 974-19-2, Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills. Orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.